cell phone, tell us?
Well, what's interesting to me is the most steps that he took was between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., which is when he says he left to go see his mother. That was 283 steps. Apparently, he said he leaves the house, gets in his car. It's a lot of steps from the house to the car, it seems. And everybody kind of was looking around thinking, yeah, that's a long distance to walk just to go to your car.
And there was also information I thought it was interesting about what his general activity is in terms of when he reads messages, which I got to tell you, I didn't even know there was a science to it, but I'm sure if you look at anybody's cell phone, there's probably a pattern. There was a pattern with him. Is it any different during the night in question?
It is. They said that normally he would read text messages anywhere between 5 to 40 minutes after they were received. But the group text, which involved the condition of his father being in the hospital, wasn't read until the next day after the murders.
So walk me through this. I've been of the opinion that the prosecution has done a really strong job of showing when these killings happened. Can you walk us through, based on what we've seen so far in this case, including today, can we be are we pretty sure that the killings happened at around 8:50 p.m.?
Well, yeah, because what you have is Maggie reading her last text at 8:49 p.m. and 27 seconds. Paul's last text that he read was just 30 seconds or so after that, and then no more activity from either phone. So it lets you know sometime after 8:49 p.m. is likely when those murders occurred, and we have Alec leaving the house at 10:06.
Okay, and that is
9:06. I'm sorry.
Right, and I think he calls 911 an hour later at 10:06 or something like that. So walk me through why it's so important they're leading up to this, because what the big finale is, not even the big finale, but like the crescendo of their case is going to be that video from Paul. That video that was taken on his phone. What time was that video? Is it 8:44? Is it 8:47? I can't seem to recall. And on the video is allegedly, you can hear Alec Murdaugh with him at the kennels, which would contradict what he told police, but also place him at the crime scene. Walk us through what we should expect from the timing of that video and why it's important.
Well, that was around 8:44 that Paul took that cell phone video of his friend's dog. Now here we have the last text being read just a couple of minutes after that, then no activity. So you have a 3 or 4 minute window there where we know Alec is there by the dog kennels at 8:44, and within 3 or 4 minutes, the last texts are read by both Maggie and Paul, and no more activity from their phone. So I think it kind of starts to get a picture of exactly when those murders could have allegedly happened at the hand of Alec Murdaugh.
Gigi, what's the environment like in the courtroom? I mean, are the jurors paying careful attention to this cell phone evidence? Sometimes it can be a bit dry. Sometimes you can see jurors kind of fading interest and, hopefully not falling asleep. Do they seem attentive?
They seem very attentive. It's a little hard to keep up with the times because they're being said so quickly, but they are all ears. Nobody has really moved. Everybody's kind of just sitting in their seat, hanging on every word of this expert. Very intriguing stuff, and now we actually have a display in the courtroom. We can see the non-graphic exhibits. But yeah, I mean, it's really starting to put a little bit of that picture together, at least nailing down the time of those murders, we think.
I'll tell you, I think today was more interesting than yesterday. There was only so much more. I could hear about 300 blackout rounds and different kinds of ammunition. It's important, but again, when you don't have the murder weapons, it's kind of, remember what the purpose of it was. This I find very fascinating. Let's, Gigi, thank you so much. I know you have to jump back in the courtroom. Appreciate your reporting. Great reporting as always. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about it.
All right, guys. Let's go. Very careful. The bus systems are still running here across Dallas. There's the 224 just off to my left. Oh, wow. Look at that slide. This is on Elm Street. Here the airport, too, is definitely shut down. Looks like some people did some donuts in that parking lot. Just look at that. Look at the raindrops hitting the windshield. That's how you know it's pure freezing rain.
You may bring the jury. You may proceed.
I'm going to circle back to what's already been admitted to States 294. And this is the text message report that you produced, sir?
Yes,
and
sir.
This is under seal. And we're just going to flesh out a little bit that text conversation with Megan Kimbrell. Just for a little more context. Lines 10 and 11. Can you tell us what's indicated on those two records?
Yes, sir. On line 10, it shows that it was...
Actually, I'm sorry, let me stop you. Let's read line 11 just to keep it chronologically in order. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Line 11.
Line 11 shows that it was an incoming text message on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:06 p.m. And the message says, "You didn't send me any movie recommendations."
And the contact associated with that incoming text?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And when was that text read?
It shows that it's being read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:17 p.m.
Okay. Within about 11 seconds of it arriving on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's look at the line above that, line 10.
Line 10 shows it as an outgoing text message from Paul Murdaugh to Megan Kimbrell that on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:36.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says, "Haha, I didn't have a good one."
And again, that's to Megan Kimbrell from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
Paul's
Correct.
phone. All right. Let's look at lines 9 and 8. All right. What does line 8 indicate?
Line
Excuse
8.
me, I'm sorry, line 9.
Line 9 indicates that it was a text message sent from Paul Murdaugh's phone to Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:48 p.m. And it says, Wills may.
Will's what? I'm sorry?
Wills might.
And that was now going text, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in line 8, what does that indicate?
Line 8 shows it as an incoming text message from Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:10 p.m. and it says OMG.
All right. And that was an incoming text from Megan Kimbrell?
Yes.
And when was it read on Paul's phone?
It shows it as being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 p.m.
And just so the jury understands the context, those are text messages in the same conversation that they heard about from Megan Kimbrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh, so the circle's complete, let's look at lines 5 and 6 again. And line 6, is that a text that was sent or outgoing to Megan Kimbrell?
It shows it as an outgoing or sent text message.
All right. And what does that message say again?
It says, ha ha, kidding.
All right. And then line 5, what does that indicate?
Line 5 shows it as an outgoing or sent text message with a body or the text message saying, Star was born is the move.
Okay. And that was at 8:48:05?
Yes, sir.
And that was an outgoing text from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, well, we talked about these texts, but real quickly already, at line 4, at 8:49:29, is that an incoming text?
At 8:48:29, it's an incoming text message
From who?
from Megan Kimbrell.
All right. And that says again?
No, I need something happy.
All right. And then line 3, is that an outgoing or incoming text?
That is an incoming text message.
From who?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
What does that say again?
It says, don't like watching sad movies.
All right. And so those are both incoming texts. And when were those texts read again?
They were read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
Okay. And so going back to line 5,
No, I need something happy.
just so it's clear, in your investigation, is this the last outgoing text from Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's at 8:48:05, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A moment ago, we were discussing State's Exhibit 295, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is a timeline report from Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that thick, how many hours again does that cover in Paul's timeline for the night of the murder?
I set the timeline parameters beginning at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021 to end at midnight on June 7th, 2021, but the timeline stops short of that.
Okay. What time does the timeline stop?
The timeline stops at 10:34:23 p.m.
Okay. And I think you previously testified about that time. What does that 10:34 p.m. Indicate to you? What happened at that time?
There was a power event. The phone had gone dead and turned off.
And I'm going to show that. That's line 901. And that's the final log entry from June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you testified. What is your interpretation of that log entry?
When I looked at that, it was a power event where the phone had gone dead and or turned off because the battery life ran out.
And can you tell us can you tell for certain whether the phone was simply turned off or did the battery die?
It appears from what I looked at it, the battery died.
Okay. And that's line what again?
That is line 901.
All right. And so that means in this particular report, there's over 900 log entries, correct?
Correct, in just this report, yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through it line by line. But I'm going to hand this back to you. I'm going to ask you some questions. And we previously discussed a lot of what is contained in this report is location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you personally take all those lat longs and plot them somewhere?
No, sir, I did not.
But you provided that location data to other law enforcement agents or agencies, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, to your knowledge, has it been provided to the FBI?
Yes, sir, it was provided to the FBI to do some mapping with the location data.
Okay. And do you recall who in the FBI did that?
I believe it was Agent Wild.
Okay. All right. But let's make some general observation on what you see in that timeline. We see a lot of location data. Take a few moments to look through that timeline and just in an overall picture, what is that phone being generally used for? What is being done on that phone in a general impression?
It appears that on this phone, based off of this timeline, that there are calls being made, text messaging being done, Snapchat's being utilized, social media type things with Snapchat, and the text messaging and calls.
And when you look at that usage, would you say it's sporadic or almost continuous?
It's a lot of continuous usage. Like I said, I pulled it from 6 p.m. and it ends at 10:34. So in the matter of about 4.5 hours, it's over 900 entries on here.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to time about 8:44, and you can take a moment to find it. 8:44 p.m. And I want to see if you can find, I believe there's an entry for the camera. And it's a little after 8:44, but in some change in seconds.
They were colored in black.
Yes, sir, I see it.
And what's the exact time on that you see?
It says 8:44:49 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Okay. Actually, so what does that camera, we'll show this in a moment, what does that entry indicate to you?
That the camera was being utilized, it was an application usage, so the camera was being utilized, or beginning to be utilized at that point.
The camera was turned on?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to look at the next page, or maybe the page after, and see if you can find a corresponding log entry that would show that the camera was turned off.
Yes, the camera shows it was turned off at 8:47 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury if you will. And I believe what you're referencing, can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that is line 820. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we see a 8:44:49, and that's a start time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see the camera turn on, correct?
It shows the camera with the application usage log shows camera. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then below that, at line 822, we see some location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I know you didn't plot every point on this report. Did you plot that particular point?
Yes, sir.
And where did that, where was that location?
It was located near a red roofed building on the property on Bozell Road.
Okay. And why don't you write that time down again? It was, I'm sorry. at line 820. Just write that time. 8:44:49. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at line 828. What do you see there, sir?
That shows the end time for the camera at 8:45:47 p.m.
Okay, write that time down. I think you know what's coming.
Yes, sir.
How long was that camera on?
That camera went, 1 second, let me carry that.
Take it up.
It went for less than a minute,
Okay.
about 50 seconds roughly.
Okay. I'm going to hand this report back to you. And I'm just going to have you again look through it and see if you can form an opinion. Starting at, remember the text series we just went through with Megan Kimbrell and the text from Rogan at 8:49:35, 8:49.
All right, I have it.
All right. So starting with the outgoing text to Megan, or excuse me, with the red text from Megan, which were read at 48:59. Why don't you go ahead and review the rest of that report? And I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in that report that would indicate to you that that phone was being actively used by a human being.
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And you previously testified that Paul's battery was at 2% at approximately 8:49 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But you testified that the battery actually didn't die until 10:34, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Almost a little over an hour and a half later, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would that indicate to you, in your opinion, that that phone did anything except for some potential minor movements than just sit in a single location that entire time?
Correct. I see no other movement on there, recorded steps or applications being used such as social media.
Which brings me to this. I'll show you State's Exhibit 296. Let's see if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. All right, and what is that?
This is an Axiom report that I prepared from Magnet Forensics, recording the health database for Paul's phone.
Okay. And at this time, State is moved to enter Exhibit 296.
Objection, Your Honor.
This will not be under seal, Your Honor.
Can I see it?
Yes, sir.
Admitted of objection.
look a few of these. Okay, I'm going to show you record 43 and 44. Do you see those, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And what do those two records indicate? Let's try to keep it chronological. So start with 43.
43 shows that the phone recorded 105 steps. Starting time was June 7th, 2021 at 6:54:21 p.m. Ending time is 7:03:49 p.m.
All right. And record 44, what does that indicate?
Record 44 shows that the phone recorded 208 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:14:13 p.m. Ending at 7:22:19 p.m.
All right. Record 45, what does that indicate?
Record 45 shows steps recorded on the phone of 139 starting June 7th, 2021 at 7:25:03 p.m. and ending at 7:34:47 p.m.
Record 46, what does that indicate?
Record 46 shows the phone recorded steps of 171 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:35:10 p.m. and ending at 7:41:43 p.m.
Record 47, what does that indicate?
Record 47 shows steps recorded on the phone of 89 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:45:27 p.m. and ending at 7:55:11 p.m.
All right. Can you see record 48?
Yes, sir. It says steps were recorded on the phone of 140. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 8:15:55 p.m. and ending at 8:21:45 p.m.
Okay. Record 49. What does that say?
Record 49 indicates that 283 steps were recorded by the phone beginning June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:25 p.m. and ending at 8:42:11 p.m.
All right. All right. And there's a couple entries after this, but chronologically, I'm going to have you review this. They occurred prior to 8:42, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And we'll show those to the jury real quick. All right. Record 50 and 51, what times did those steps occur at?
Record 50, the time started was June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:46 p.m. and ending at 8:15:24 p.m. Record 51 shows starting time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:44 p.m. and ending at 8:05:28 p.m.
So, chronologically speaking, those two events occurred prior to record 49, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We'll go back to record 49. I'm going to hand the report back to you. As you testified, those steps ended at 8:42 and 11 p.m., correct? Record 49.
Yes, sir, correct. They ended at 8:42:11 p.m.
All right, and I'll give you a moment to review your report if you'd like. Did any other steps recorded on Paul's phone after 8:42:11 p.m.?
No, sir, I did not see any that were out of order.
So after 8:42:11 p.m., did Paul's phone move it to any significant degree, in your opinion? Or was it walked anywhere to any significant degree, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I did not see any steps recorded on the phone, so it was not in motion or somebody moving it or holding it and moving.
Now, you testified that the steps aren't necessarily 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
So is it possible the phone moved a short distance during that time, correct?
Correct.
And a few steps may or may not have been recorded if the phone had been moved after 8:42:11, correct?
Correct. It's possible.
But in your opinion, was that phone walked anywhere any significant amount of distance?
No, sir. I did not see any recordings of that.
And it's tough to quantify significant, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm not going to ask you to give us a precise number, because do you know a precise number?
No, sir, I do not.
But in your opinion, can that phone move a short distance and not record steps?
Yes, sir. Since it's not 100% accurate, you may have one or two steps that don't get recorded. Usually, if it's a large amount of steps, if you're 15, 20, 30 steps, it's going to record that.
Okay. All right. We're getting to the end here, so one quick thing I want to go back and cover. Let's talk about Maggie's phone real quick. And you previously testified that you saw that orientation change on Maggie's phone between 9:06. It starts at 9:06:12 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And it ends at 9:06:20 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that indicated, you previously testified, that someone had that phone in their hands during that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, you also testified that there is one other possibility that could explain how a orientation change could record on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. If it fell like down steps or something like that, it was on.
Okay. And you also, I believe, testified that if a phone tumbles end over end in some way, that could potentially record orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir. If the phone's on and
Don't leave the witness. If a phone falls and tumbles end over end, could it potentially record an orientation change?
if the phone is on and unlocked, it can record the orientation change.
If the phone is thrown and tumbles end over end, could it record an orientation change?
It would be hard to do if it's off. If the screen display is off and it's not unlocked, it would be hard to record that.
In theory, it is possible.
In theory, I'm sure it's possible, yes, sir.
And in your opinion, is that likely?
Usually when phones, if you're holding a phone, you take your phone, unless you move it, if you take your phone and it's sideways and you lay it down on the table, it's not going to record an orientation change. If it's in portrait mode and you set it straight down and don't turn it over the end, it's not going to record the change. But it is possible.
In your opinion, if someone throws a phone with no other manipulation, could it be thrown a short distance without recording an orientation change?
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing we haven't talked about with Maggie and Alex's phone is one other review you've done of these phones is those phones have a lot of photographs and videos on them, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've reviewed, I don't know if you've reviewed them all, but have you reviewed a substantial portion of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you find anything on Maggie or Alex's phone that was relevant to the investigation on, at least on June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
On Maggie or Alex's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not on Maggie or Alex. It's fine.
Okay. At least in relation to the events of that night, was there anything recorded on Maggie or Alex's phone that was relevant that you found?
As far as video recordings or photograph recordings, no.
Okay. All right. Paul's phone, did you conduct a similar review?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you find anything that you consider relevant to what occurred on the night of June 7th at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And in fact, we've already referenced it, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
When we looked at Paul's timeline, we saw an entry of Paul's camera coming on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you wrote the time down, but if you can't find it, we can get the report out again. But what time did that camera come on?
At 8:44:49.
Okay. And how long was that video again?
It was roughly 50 seconds.
And when did that video end?
At 8:45:47.
And you're certain about that?
Yes, sir.
Why are you certain about that?
Because I reviewed the video for looking at the length of the video. It compared it to the length of the camera time that was on. Also, too, there was data recorded in the video because it was taken with the phone that had GPS coordinates along with a description of the phone that took it.
Okay. And you're telling this jury today that you're certain that that is when that video was recorded on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
And as we referenced when we were looking at that timeline, there's location data associated with that video as well, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And where did you plot that location data?
It plotted to Moselle Road to near a building that had a red roof on it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 297. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. What is that?
It is a CD that contains a video. On it, it says Kennel Video, has States 297 on there, along with my initials and the date of 1/30/23.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
It is a video I found on Paul Murdaugh's phone. The video looks like inside maybe a kennel area with a fence around it and a dog, I believe to be a lab, where he's trying to take a video of the tail of the dog.
Okay. All right. And that's what you see in that video.
Yes, sir.
What do you hear in the video?
You hear 3 different voices in the video. You can tell because they're so different, you can tell that they're different voices.
All right. Now, are any of those voices known personally to you?
No, sir, they are not.
Okay. This time, State would move to enter Exhibit 297 into evidence.
The previous objection, Your Honor.
Submitted over objection.
All right. And at this time, State's going to publish that video. It is not under seal.
Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Post it. Get it.
Hey, he got burgers now.
Hey, Bob.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quick.
What time is that video recorded again, Lieutenant Dove?
The camera begins at 8:44:49 p.m.
And ends when?
At 8:45:47 p.m.
Nothing further from State.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Lieutenant Dove. My name is Philip Barb. I represent Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning.
I'd like to get to a timeline as soon as possible, but first I want to go over just a few things we've been talking about. We talked about reading text messages when they're sent and when they're read.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to see the contents of a text message without it being marked read?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how would that be?
If you have a notification on your phone on the lock screen that would show a text message, depending on how long the text message is, you could see the text message and read most of the content without actually opening it and reading the message.
And we talked about the battery on Paul's phone. It was down to 2% when that last text message was marked as read. Is that correct?
It was in that time frame, yes, sir.
And is it reasonable that someone whose battery is down to 2% might curtail their use of the phone?
It is possible, yes, sir.
We've talked a lot about orientation changes, and I think there was some discussion right before we saw that video about orientation changes, and I think we should go into some detail about exactly what that means. So, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 38. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. It appears to be part of the Knowledge Seed database with some tables changed up because it's so large to make it more readable.
A Knowledge Seed database for whose phone?
At the top it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And you talked about the Knowledge Seed database a little bit yesterday, but maybe just to refresh, what is that? Knowledge
Seed database is a rather good-sized database. It records a lot of information inside your phone. It can be orientation changes. It can be whether a phone's plugged in to a wall, to a car. It can record such things as applications, if they're launched sometimes in there. It's a variety of things. It can record battery. It's part of the Power Log too, where it'll record the battery usage as far as the percents.
Your Honor, at this time, the defendant would offer Exhibit 38 into evidence.
As stated.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Please publish to the jury. And can we go to the last page? And sir, if you please turn to the last page.
Yes, sir.
This is not a list of everything in Knowledge C, correct?
Correct.
This is just showing orientation changes.
Correct.
And is this showing all the orientation changes in this database in Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
For the time frame that it's set up, as far as June 3rd, 2021, it ends on June 7th, 2021.
You know if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had any orientation changes in the Knowledge C database before June 3rd?
Nothing that I remember seeing.
If we turn to the very last orientation change, do you see that? It has date recorded 9:06 and 22 seconds?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's on June 7th?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that the last orientation change before the phone was recovered by law enforcement the next day?
According to what I looked at, that's the last one I saw.
And where was the phone recovered?
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't at the scene. I know it was not recovered near the kennel area, but exactly where, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
I mean, are you aware that it was recovered from the side of the road into the woods about 15 feet?
I've heard that, but like I said, I was not on scene, so I can't say 100% I was there to see it.
What I want to ask about here is we have 3 different dates and times for this one orientation change, and I just want to understand what each one means. So the first one, date recorded, which is at 9:06 and 22 seconds, what does that mean?
That's when it recorded the orientation change.
So would that mean that that's when this line was written in the database?
Yes, sir.
So the start time for an orientation change, what does that mean?
It's when it started to record that the orientation change was happening.
Okay, and then I see the end time would be when it ended 8 seconds later, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean for an orientation change to take 8 seconds?
That it was in that position.
So is it taking 8 seconds to go from portrait to landscape?
No, sir. It's recording that it was in that. It did not show that it changed. If it's in portrait, it didn't show that it changed from portrait to landscape or from landscape to portrait. It shows it was in that position for that period of time.
Okay. So, and then over here, this number, there's numbers that are 0 and 1. 0 would be landscape and 1 would be portrait, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
So we have here, this is the last orientation change before it's recovered, and we have a start time and an end time of 12 seconds to 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that there was an incoming phone call in that time period?
Yes, sir. There were incoming phone calls around the 9:04, 9:05, and I think at 9:08 also, or a text message around then.
Do you recall that there was a phone call between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds?
Yes, sir, I believe there was.
And who was that call from?
It was from Alex Murdaugh.
So during the period of this orientation change, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And so during this period, the screen is on, correct?
The screen would light up once the call's made, yes, sir.
And it's ringing, correct?
I'm assuming it would be, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll come back to that when we try to flesh out a little bit of a timeline. The next thing I wanted to ask you about I will show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is another table from the Knowledge C database.
It's actually, isn't it the same table, sir?
Well, it's part of the same table. It's actually, the other one contained the orientation. This one contains apps.
And this one contains, well, let me ask this. When you, under stream name, do you see Siri UI?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you understand what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Murdaugh would offer Defendant's Exhibit 41 into evidence, Your Honor.
No. It's admitted.
And published. So this looks similar, and we see that it says Siri, and there's things that say begin and end. What does UI mean?
It stands for user interface.
And so we see here the user interface is starting and stopping at these various times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what, on Maggie's phone, what would typically trigger the Siri user interface?
It could be several different things. If it's set up with Siri where there's a word that you say, you know, Siri or whatever you choose to say, it could activate it when it's listening. It could be hit the button, the power button to activate it. It could be several different things.
And hitting the button, is the button on the side of the phone?
Yes, sir.
If that's pressed and held for a couple of seconds, it comes on?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn, do you know who a man named Al Johnson is in relation to this case?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who is he?
He is a private investigator that does digital forensics, retired from the FBI.
And did he do work on this case?
Yes, sir, I believe he did.
Okay. Did he do analyses of the phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen those analyses?
I have not seen his completed reports, no, sir.
Okay. Have you seen his Axiom reports?
I have not seen all his Axiom reports, no, sir.
Let me ask this. When you looked at the steps and the time periods for the steps on the Maggie's phone, Paul's phone, well, let's just talk about Maggie's phone and Alex's phone. Did the steps after 9 o'clock, say, did they ever go together? Were there steps happening on Alex's phone at the same time as Maggie's phone?
I would have to look at the two reports because I looked at them singly, so I would have to put them together to compare them.
Okay, well, let's find them. This one. 284 and 290. 284 and 290. And mark this thing's 284. It is 284. And what's been admitted is 290. And sir, just to understand the question, is there anything indicating that Maggie's phone and Alex's phone were moving together in those reports?
Let me look to see, compare the times. No, sir, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. If the same person had had both phones on them and one of the phones was recording a significant number of steps, would you expect to see the same number of steps or something very similar on the other phone?
I would expect to see steps on both phones, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see those steps over about the same time period?
Yes, sir, give or take a minute or two for entry in the database.
And then you would roughly expect to see the same number of steps on each phone?
Yes, sir, within a few.
Are you familiar with a timeline prepared by a special agent, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you assist with the preparation of that timeline?
I reviewed it early on. I have not reviewed anything in the last week or two on it.
Well, let me ask about that. Early on, but not within the last week or two, that the case has been investigated, since 21. So were you assisting with that until a couple of weeks ago?
He provided me copies of it previously when it was in a working draft copy, just to verify that he was interpreting the information from my reports onto it correctly.
And now turning to Alex Murdaugh's vehicle, it was a Chevy Suburban, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you do any work regarding the electronics in that vehicle?
No, sir.
You had no involvement in anything with that vehicle?
As far as processing the data, no, sir. I just took the items or receipts from the vehicle as far as the infotainment center and prepared them and sent them to the FBI to be processed.
Have you ever seen any of the results from the FBI processing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So now I want to turn and start going through some of the text messages on Maggie's phone. We will. Maybe a little hard to read. Sir, but do you recognize what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54?
It appears to be a report for iMessages, SMS, and MMS messages.
And is this a report you prepared?
No, sir. I don't recognize this report.
Are you certain about that, sir? This was produced in the extractions. This is the Axiom report with bookmarked.
Yes, sir, but I did not prepare it like this.
It's a web page on the computer, correct, sir?
Yes, sir. It's an HTML page.
And then this is just a printout of that.
It says print this page at top, so I would assume that it is. Yes, sir.
Sir, can you read under source, say on the third entry?
On the third entry of source? Yes, sir.
Can Do you see where it says CCRED and then it says Red Network Local and then slash and root and Dove, your name? Do you recognize any of that?
Yes, sir. That's the file path for our evidence server where this item, the extraction is contained.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit 54 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
So this is, and could we please publish? And could we zoom in so that the left side of the screen is a little larger? Zoom in so the left side of the screen is larger and visible to the jury. That's good. Now, Lieutenant Dove, the times in the time column here are UTC, so we'll need to subtract 4 hours from them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this is a listing of text messages that Maggie Murdaugh sent or received?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So the second entry there, what's the time for that message?
The time it shows the message sent time is June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:55:26 p.m., but to correct it to Eastern Standard Time at that point would be 3:55:26 p.m. That's with -4 UTC.
Okay, and is this incoming or outgoing message?
This records it as a message that was sent.
And does this message say, well, can you read the message?
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I have to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia.
Okay, and does this continue on to 3? Well, let's just continue. Could you read number 3?
Yes, it's hard to tell where it separates on this report, but there's 2 emojis, and it says, Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well.
And what was the time on that one?
That text message was June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:57:16 p.m. To correct to UTC -4 would be 3:57:16 p.m.
And then if we come down to number 5, that's an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh, isn't it? That we looked at before.
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, how's your doctor appointment, or APPT?
And if we go to the second page, and number 6 there, is that an outgoing message?
It shows it as a received and read message.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Now the next one, number 7, is that a reply to the how was your doctor visit message?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
And what does it say?
Waiting as usual.
And number 8, is that an outgoing message?
It is a sent message, yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us.
Okay. In the context of these text messages, do you understand that to be referring to Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's medical condition?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the time on that?
That time is June 7th, 2021. It shows at 8:06:43 p.m. To correct it to -4 UTC would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
Okay. And number 9, what does that, is that incoming or outgoing?
It shows it as a received and read text message.
Okay. And what does this text message say?
It says, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little to no sleep is not healthy. Remember that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I will go to Moselle. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's skip down to page 4, which I believe will be our next message from Mr. Murdaugh. And we're looking at number 18. Is this an incoming message for Mr. Murdaugh?
I believe the juror raised his hand.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. We're having a little difficulty seeing this. If they could blow it up just a little bit. Just a little small print, please. Can't see the small print.
I'll let you know.
If we could make the message text take place with the date. Yeah. And we're looking at number 18. Is this an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh?
Proceed.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please ask the jury if they can now see.
Is there anyone who cannot see? Proceed.
Line 18, who is this text message from?
The text message, it shows the client or the chat ID is 1-803-942-1227.
Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what is the time of this message?
The time of this message is June 7th, 2021, 11:05:55 p.m. To correct to minus UTC is going to be 7:05:55 p.m. Text message. It shows.
And what does the message say?
Paul says you Paul says you were getting petty. Call when you get done.
And there are two exclamation marks after petty, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Showing some in petty, you would understand here to mean pedicure?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, it is.
Now, number 20 would be the next text message from Mr. Murdaugh, and what is the time on that?
The time on that, on the paper, it's June 8th, 2021 at 1:08:58 a.m. To correct the time to minus 4 UTC would make the day June 7th, 2021 at approximately 9 o'clock, 9:08:58 p.m.
And what does this one say?
Going to check on M, be right back.
And then finally, number 21, I'll just ask, is this at 9:47 and 23 seconds p.m.?
Yes, sir, once it's corrected for the UTC.
And what does this say?
It says, call me, babe.
And who is it from?
It's from the same phone number of 1-803-942-1227, and that phone number is for Alex Murdaugh.
Ask about that 908 text message, because I think those states talked about that a bit. Let me ask this. Do you know when that text message was actually displayed on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I would have to check the report to see if it actually shows the display time or when it recorded in the log. But I believe it was the 9:08 mark.
Come back to that. Let's. Let's talk now a bit about the timeline from about 8:50 p.m. to 9:08. Right, very narrow and get into some real detail on it. And if I could have an easel. I'm going to ask about some times, and you may need to refer to the reports. If so, let me know, and I'll bring them up.
Yes, sir.
And I'm really talking, well, let's first just talk about Paul's phone. We established that it locked at 8:49 and 1 second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did not unlock again?
Correct.
And it was at 2% battery?
Yes, sir.
So we don't really know much about what happened after that time from his phone, do we?
Just what was recorded in the logs.
Was anything recorded in the logs after 8:49 and 1 second?
Yes, sir. It's still showing that it was some activity going on as far as like GPS coordinates, things of that matter.
When was the last activity? Well, let me rephrase that. When was the last activity indicating human use of the phone?
Was the time that it was locked.
Okay, and so we don't know what the person with the phone was doing after that. We can't tell from the phone, can we?
I can't tell if a person was using the phone. It doesn't appear so, but the phone, because it was still on, was still running things in the background.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk a lot about Maggie's phone. So on Maggie's phone, was the display off from 8:49 and 28 seconds to 8:53 and 8 seconds?
That sounds right. I'd have to verify it with the report to be 100%.
Okay. Do you have the report on hand?
No, sir, I don't.
I've just handed you what's been marked, what's been admitted as Stage 283, which is the timeline report for her phone.
Yes, sir.
So is that correct, that time period for display off?
Could you repeat the time so that I can verify it, please?
Okay, it is 8:49 and 28 seconds as the display goes off. Is that correct?
Give me 1 second to get to it. 8:49 and 28 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so it shows that that's the end time of the display on.
Is there an orientation change at that time, too?
It shows an orientation change at 8:49, 28 seconds, goes to the landscape. So there is the same time.
And 2 seconds later, is the phone locked?
It said 8:49, 31 p.m. It shows the start time of being locked.
Okay. Our next event at 8:53:08, does the display come back on?
Yes, sir, it does.
The phone is still locked, but the screen is on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it's showing.
And is there an orientation change at 8:53 and 12? 4 seconds after the screen came in.
Yes, sir, it goes to portrait.
And we have in this, kind of starting at this time period, starting at 8:53:15, with Apple Health, don't we have her walking some distance?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it recorded some steps then. I'd have to refer to that report.
Please do.
Yes, sir. It starts at 8:53:15 p.m., recording 59 steps, and ends at 8:55:32.
Do you have any way to know the distance that covered?
No, sir. It just says it recorded 59 steps, and then it shows on there a duration in minutes, which is approximately 2.29.
Is the distance, is it on the phone? Is it available to found?
As far as distance, as far as in yards or
meters?
I have seen it in meters, yes, sir.
Okay. So that information has been recovered. How many meters those steps covered?
Yes, sir. When we extracted the information, it would have been part of that.
And was that 31 1/4 meters?
I would have to look at, it's not on this report, on the accident report, it doesn't put it down in meters, it just does it in feet. I would have to look at one of the other reports or look at the extraction to know exactly how many meters it is, but it does record in meters.
And at the end of that walking period, or about 4 seconds before, when does the screen turn off next?
I show a display off at 8:53:28 is the start time of that. And the next display off is at 8:53:44 p.m.
Well, let's stick with the 8:53:28. It went off, correct?
Yes, so that shows the start time of it being off.
Okay. And did it come back on 4 seconds after that?
Yes, sir. It comes on at 8:53:32 p.m.
Now, the exhibit I previously showed you about Siri. When's the last activation of the user interface for Siri?
The last one shows that it started on June 7th, 2021 at 8:53:20 p.m.
Okay, so it's during this period of walking.
Yes, sir.
And we covered previously that holding the side button can trigger that.
It's one of the things, yes, sir, that could trigger that.
Now, the screen had gone off at 8:54:32. Is that correct?
At 8:54:32 was the end time of the display off.
I apologize. 8:53:44 it came on, correct? The display went off, and then it went back on at 8:55:04. Is that correct?
Let's see. I show display off starts at 8:53:44. It ends at 8:55:32. Display on at 8:55:32. Is when it starts with the display on. And then it shows that ending at 8:55:04.
So at 8:55:32, the display comes on, and 2 seconds later is a camera application used.
At 8:55:32?
At 8:54:32, the screen comes on.
Yes, sir.
2 seconds later, the camera is activated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was the camera activated from the lock screen? In other words, the phone was not unlocked to get to the camera.
It doesn't appear that there's an unlock sequence, but I would imagine not, just based off of that I don't see the unlocking.
Is there metadata in the Knowledge C database that would allow you to determine whether this was activated from the lock screen?
There may be. I've never looked that far into it to see if that's there.
So the screen comes on, the camera's activated. It stays on for how long?
It comes on at 8:54:34 and goes off at 8:54:35, so approximately 1 second.
Okay. And we're still in that walking period, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 5 seconds later, we have an orientation change.
The orientation change to landscape begins at 8:54:40. Yes, sir, approximately 5 seconds.
So in a space of 6 seconds, correct that, 8 seconds, screen came on, camera opened, closed, and then orientation change. So a lot happened in that 8 seconds.
I don't know that the camera came on. I know that it was showed an application usage log. Whether somebody activated the camera to use it or not, I don't know that.
And then when did the display go on?
It shows display off at 8:55:04 p.m.
Okay. And there was an orientation change then too, correct?
Yes, sir. It went to portrait.
And did the display come on again shortly thereafter, 28 seconds later?
Yes, sir. At 8:55:32 p.m.
And then it went off and it stayed off until 9:03, correct?
Let me find the end time for that display off. Yes, sir. The display went off at 9:03:52 p.m.
So, and then what we would have after that would be some incoming calls that go unanswered until we get to that orientation change at 9:06. Is there anything else happening on the phone?
There's other things that are recorded in the logs, because it will record in the logs that it received a phone call. So you get that, you get the phone calls in there.
And the phone call, when was that?
It shows a phone call at 9:04:23 p.m.
And I think we had previous testimony that that was from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then we have the final orientation change at 9:06 and 12, which has a start time of 9:06 and 12 and an end time of 9:06 and 20, correct?
Yes, sir. That's when your orientation changes to portrait.
And in that time period, we have another call from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, at 9:06:14 p.m.
And then another one coming in at 9:06:51. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then the display after that goes off.
Yes, sir. It goes off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And that text message we talked about earlier at 9:08:58, did the screen come on when that came in? Or did it just stay off?
It looks like when the display off ended was at 9:31:44 p.m.
Is that when that text message was actually delivered?
It shows text message received on the phone at 9:08:58 p.m.
But the screen did not come on until 9:31.
Correct.
We mentioned who had seen the vehicle. Well, let's strike that. We talked about Alex Murdaugh's steps. Did he have a period of walking that went from about 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds?
I would have to refer to that report. I'm sorry, could you give me the times on that again?
It's about 9:02 time period. It ends at 9:06 and 47 seconds.
Yes, sir. It shows that the phone recorded 283 steps.
Do you recall from the report you got from the FBI about this vehicle, if anything was recorded happening on his vehicle at 9:06 and 48 seconds?
I don't remember. I remember looking at the report, but I haven't studied that report, so I don't know.
You don't recall that the the report shows that the car engine was started at that time?
I would have to look at that report. Like I said, I looked at the report when it first came back, but I have not studied that report because that was not part of what I examined.
Was information from that report included in the timeline you assisted Agent Dolsky with?
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
If you were to look at that timeline that the agent prepared, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir, I could look at it and see what their report says.
It's a copy of his timeline report. Do you recognize that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, that's what it appears to be. Are you wanting me to look for the vehicle information on it?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is what's going to be a state's exhibit. The state does not object if we just go ahead and admit it as a defense exhibit at this point. But I don't know if what Mr. Barber's intention is.
Your Honor, I was using this to refresh the witness's recollection. 612.
What is the objection?
If he's going to review that, the state would ask that it be marked and admitted. As this is not a report personally prepared by Lieutenant Duff.
Would you like to have it admitted as a state's exhibit or defense exhibit?
I'm happy to admit it as a defense exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked, however.
Admitted as a defense exhibit.
You need to mark it before. Okay.
That's 60.
I'm handing you back what's now been marked as defense exhibit 60, which will make this a lot quicker and easier. Did you find what we were talking about?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did Mr. Murdaugh's car start?
According to this timeline that's been prepared, it looks like it starts at 9:06:48 p.m.
And that is a second after the end of that period of walking around?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to describe that period of walking around as Mr. Murdaugh walking to his car?
I can just say the phone recorded steps. I can say what this report has as far as the vehicle information. Now, whether somebody was walking to their car, from their car, or just walking around an area, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can just say what the information contained on there.
Did his phone connect to the Bluetooth system in his car?
I did not find connections during that time frame.
Did you look at his car? I apologize. Did the FBI find a connection to the system in his car, not on his phone?
I don't see it in this section that talks about the vehicle stuff for the 906 period.
Come back to that in a second. If a phone were thrown from the window of a moving car going down a country road, would you expect, and the screen was on at that time because there's an incoming call, would you expect to see an orientation change?
Depends on how it was thrown, but if it was just thrown end over end, then I would expect the orientation change.
Okay. And this phone was recovered on the side of the road. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
About 15 feet. We've had testimony about that in some brush on the side of a country road. Not so far from Mr. Murdaugh's house, but a half mile or so at least. if that would make an orientation change, and that was the last orientation change ever on the phone until it's recovered is 9:06 and 12 seconds to 9:06 and 20 seconds, is it reasonable to believe that is it being thrown out the window to its final resting place before it is recovered?
It's hard for me to say. I can just testify about what the information's on the phone. If it's somebody throws, there's different way to throw things. You can throw things end over end, straight. You can throw it sideways. You can take and toss something is considered a throw. It's hard for me to say that because depending on how it's thrown, what it hits when it tumbles or to the ground or how it lands could cause different things to happen.
Based on the information in front of you, would it be possible for the person who's cranking that car at 9:06 and 48 seconds to be throwing it from that car while it's moving at 9:06 and 12 to 20 seconds?
Anything's possible. I don't know.
The person driving were Alex Murdaugh because he's having to walk for a few minutes before he gets in the car, right?
I don't know how he throws things, how he handles things, so it'd be hard for me to say how they would do that.
So what I'm asking is if he walked from 9:02 until the second before he gets in the car and cranks it, and that is, it looks like 30 seconds after the phone is thrown on the side of the road a half mile away, can he be in two places at once?
I don't know that's the time the phone was thrown. I know that's the time the orientation change occurred. Now, that does not mean that the phone was thrown at that moment. It's hard for me to say.
Certainly. It is possible that it was a random orientation change and somebody throws the phone out of the moving car going down this country road, lands in some brush 15 feet off the road by some miracle golf frisbee shot. But you would expect you throw the phone out the window like that, you'd get an orientation change if the screen is on.
If it's thrown like you described, with it being thrown like a golf frisbee kind of throw, I don't expect the orientation change because it can land flat.
So, but that would be unusual, wouldn't it? That you could throw it from a moving car, it could land 15 feet in the woods and not ever bounce, not once, in a way that would cause an orientation change.
I've never tested throwing a phone out the window to see what the orientation change looks like. Like I said, I can just testify to what is in the records on it.
And at the time, if this is when it's thrown, at that very moment, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh. The screen's lit up with his name on it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be reasonable that if somebody had taken the phone, they see it starts to ring with his name on it, they might chuck it out the window.
It is possible if they see that, yes, sir.
That would be consistent with all the information on the cell phones, would it not?
It's consistent, the information on the cell phones, whether somebody who saw the number coming in or they even saw the number coming in, I can't say because I was not there.
I understand. You were not there. And the question is really, your review of these records, is that not just consistent, but reasonably consistent, something that would make sense to you, that is one reasonable possibility consistent with what you see on these phones?
If somebody was holding the phone and they saw a number come in, they didn't want to answer or didn't want, then to throw it, that is a possibility, yes, sir.
And that the last orientation change before law enforcement finds it in the woods on the side of the road the next day recorded when it was tossed out the window?
I can't say that. I can just say that there's an orientation change. I cannot say that's when the phone was thrown that caused that change to portrait.
And at the time, and at less than 30 seconds after that, Alex Murdaugh, well, at that time, he's walking, isn't he? He's not in a car.
The phone reported steps in the time frame.
And you have testified on direct that if you're riding in a car, it's not going to record steps.
Correct.
So he's not in a car at that time.
I can't say where he was or what, and I wasn't there. I can just say what the phone recorded, whether it recorded steps or not.
The person in possession of his phone was not in a car at that time, 9:06 and 12 seconds.
I can just say the phone, that somebody had the phone and it recorded steps.
Right. And you also would have testified that if you're in a car, it would not record steps.
Correct. If you put it in a cup holder and ride around in a car, it's not going to record the steps.
So if this phone were in a car at 9:06 and 12 seconds, it would not record any steps.
Correct.
And it did, in fact, did not record steps at that time.
At what time it ended, that's the time, the last ones I see with the steps on that time
I
frame.
mean, it did record steps at that time.
Yes, sir.
So the person who had Alex Murdaugh's phone was walking at this 9:06 and 12 seconds time because it's recording steps.
Yes, sir. Somebody was holding the phone and recording
And
steps.
he's also calling his wife in this time period.
Yes, sir. There are phone calls.
He's walking and calling his wife, and his car is about to crank a second after he stops walking, which really does seem like he's getting into the car.
That's what it would appear with the times, but like I said, all I can testify to is what the information is on the devices.
Did Alex Murdaugh have the code to unlock Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I don't know. I've been told he did. I was provided the code when I received the phone.
So, you don't really have any, you can't really testify as to why he would take his wife's phone, I guess the state alleges, and throw it out the window of his car half a mile from his house.
No, sir. I have no idea why people are thinking or do things they do.
And we've previously established that his phone and Maggie's phone were not, when he's walking, they're not walking together. Is that correct?
Correct. There are no steps recorded on the devices together.
So he's walking without her phone. Her phone does an orientation change while he's walking without her phone. Is that correct?
I can just say both devices were not recording steps at the same time.
And they're not recording steps at the same time, and he's walking at 9:06:12.
Correct.
Therefore, hers is not recording steps at 9:06:12.
Correct.
So his phone is walking, hers is not. At the time, her phone has this final orientation change before it's found on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your 20-some years experience in law enforcement, that doesn't make it seem reasonable to you that that the person who had Alex's phone did not also have Maggie's phone at 9:06 and 12 seconds?
It appears the phones were not together being moved by the same person because they were not recording steps.
I'm going to switch off of timeline a little bit and ask, were you aware of a Celebrite logical extraction of Alex's phone that was conducted on June 10th?
I have been told there was one conducted, yes, sir.
Did you ever receive that?
I received a copy of it several months back.
Okay. Well, did you receive it after you did the full file extraction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there was really not, it wasn't very useful to you at that point, was it?
No, sir. I was working off of my extraction because I was able to obtain the full file system, which gives me more information than an advanced logical would do.
Turn to Maggie's phone and the recovery of that. You testified earlier. Is it your understanding it was recovered in the afternoon of the day after June 8th?
My understanding is it was recovered June 8th. The approximate time it was recovered or time frame, I'm not 100% sure of.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this form?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is our evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh would offer this as Defendant's Exhibit 42 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Is this the intake form for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Could we please publish Exhibit 42? While they do that, what's the date on this form?
The date on the form is June 9th, 2021.
Is that when her phone came to you?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't have it from on the same day they recovered it, it was the next day?
Correct.
On this form, do you see where it says subject's name? What does subject's name mean?
It's just the name of a subject, whether it be a victim, a witness, a suspect, anything else that would be provided by the investigator for.
And here where it says subject name unknown, would you understand that to mean the subject to be the person who committed the homicide?
No, sir. Like I said, it's just a subject name. It could, we get them that are witnesses, some are victims, some are suspects. It's just a subject's name.
Well, down here under keywords, do you see where it says urgent request and it's ticked yes?
Yes, sir.
And then what's the reason for that request?
It says unknown suspect.
And again, given that this is a homicide, doesn't this indicate that at this time they're saying that we don't know who committed this homicide and there's some urgency about looking at the victim's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stick with Maggie's phone, but really quickly, I want to just quickly turn to Paul's. Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 46. Recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is an evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center that's led.
Well, Your Honor, offer Defendant's 46 in evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Lieutenant Dove, is this the intake form for Paul's phone?
I believe it to be so, yes, sir.
Which you got on August 13. I believe we had testimony on that.
Yes, sir.
Is it an urgent request?
No, sir, it's not checked, yes or no.
Is there anything written on here that indicates that the subject is unknown?
No, sir, the subject line is blank.
Okay. I'm going to turn back to Maggie's phone. Do you recognize this one?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's an examination worksheet for mobile devices.
And this is for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as a plaintiff's, Mr. Murdaugh's exhibit number 43.
No objection.
It's admitted.
This has, let's just ask this. When did you perform the full file system extraction on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
On June 16th, 2021.
And that was 8 days after it was recovered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why was there an 8-day delay?
I attempted to process it. Was only able to get a partial extraction originally from the device. It would not process fully with the iOS and the model of that phone. I did do an advanced logical to get some information off for the investigators since it was an unknown suspect. Then on the 15th of June of 2021, Gracie updated the software, and then I reran it the next day with the updated software to get the full file system.
Is it fair to say that essentially there were some technical difficulties and you were unable to do it for 8 days?
It was just that at the time, Gracie did not support that model in that iOS. It was not difficulties, it just did not support it.
Okay. And during that 8-day period, would anything have been lost on the phone? We've talked a lot about how things can go pretty quickly on some of these tables. Was anything lost during that time?
Some of the location data from GPS systems, since the phone came in airplane mode, could have been overwritten.
And I think we talked before that that's in one of these SQLite databases called Cache.
Yes, sir.
And I think we even looked at on the Paul's phone, the timeline. There was the state's attorney pointed out some GPS locations.
Yes, sir.
Was the source of those on the timeline, that was Cache? That was the Cache SQLite database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
It's a database. It's tables from a database that denote longitude, latitude, timestamps, accuracy.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the Cache?
Yes, sir.
And is this actually from the same table in the Cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. They were both Cache databases.
What is the earliest entry on this?
It appears that the first entry is at June 9th, 2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered?
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone?
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be. Yes, sir.
That latitude and longitude of the oldest entry, do you know where that is?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
Okay. And it is. Yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often there's no real point if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the breaky issues were could be resolved, would it have preserved GPS data?
It should have. As long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
Okay. And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6/7.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
I'm begging for support, please. Apologize, Your Honor. Almost done. I don't think I've offered this into evidence.
Which one? Is it that one?
Your Honor, I would offer this as defendant's Exhibit 45.
Is that what he was just looking at? No objection.
Admitted without objection.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to if I can. It's one of the state's exhibits. Do you have 284 there?
Let's see. I have 283. Yes, sir, I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I said
okay.
the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay. I have 283. I have 290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question. 282. Handed you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 282.
Yes, sir.
We turn to page 16.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message, going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating it was delivered around 9:31 p.m.?
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Around this particular text message?
Yes, sir.
Just that its status is unread.
Let's see the exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message, going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating that it was delivered around 9:31?
It shows the time
No
on
further
here.
questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
9:08:58.
Mr. Barber asked you about
This particular text.
the potentiality of
Just that its status.
Alex and Maggie's phones being carried at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 time frame when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
Don't leave the witness.
At 8:55, and we can refer to the report again if you need to. Between 8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir. I see steps from 8:53 and ending at 8:55.
And do you see any steps after that on Maggie's phone?
No, sir, I do not.
And if you want to pick up Alex's steps report, if you don't mind, look at the exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 p.m. on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
And that video was recorded again at what time?
The video was recorded, the camera was started at 8:44:49 p.m.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this time, these times that Mr. Barber wrote. So this one. And this is the information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of these events, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at 8:55:04, I believe this was a screen-on event, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you need to look at the original report, that's fine. All right, and then at 8:54, we see another orientation change, 8:54:40, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at 9:06:12, we have an orientation change that starts at 9:06:12, correct?
Let me just verify the seconds real quick. At 9:06:12, yes, sir, I see the start of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay, and 2 seconds later, what happens?
I see a call.
And from who?
It's from PA on the report, but that's Alex Murdaugh's phone number.
Ends in 1227?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if he wrote it down. What time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. Take a look at the report.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 p.m. and it looks like the screen started and came on at 9:05:44 p.m.
Okay, so the screen comes on at 9:05 and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 p.m.
All right, between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record an orientation change?
No, sir.
And so Mr. Barber was asking you about the phone being thrown at this 9:06:48 time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly when that phone was thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the information that you recovered from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But if that phone had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58, when that text from Alex comes in going to see him, if it had been thrown in that time period, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I think that's... All right, and let's look at Alex's steps one more time. Do you have his report with you, Andy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you hand it to me?
Yes, sir.
This is State's Exhibit 290. Let's look at his steps a little later tonight, real quick. And I'm going to need the Elmo, please. All right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and record 27. What is that? What is indicated in that record, sir?
It shows that the phone recorded 195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ending at 9:32:14 p.m.
Okay. Okay, record 28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37 p.m.
So at 9:22, there's 195 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, we've talked about this quite a bit. You know, a step count, is that something you can 100% rely on as the exact number?
No, sir, it's not 100% accurate.
And Mr. Barber asked you about the phone will record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir, it can record distance and show it in meters.
All right, and you've already testified that the steps is not always exactly accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
All right. And with the distance that the phone records, would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps that are recorded?
The distance is recorded, I would consider to be a little less accurate than I would the steps.
All right, because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
There's different variables about stride length as far as when somebody's walking. Some people stride further than others. Some people, when they walk, they'll walk faster than that, so they can cover a greater distance in a short amount of time, but they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
But we see 195 steps at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at 9:35, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is 60 less or more than 195?
60's less.
And would you expect the distance traveled at 9:35 to be less than the distance traveled at 9:22?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking around versus sitting down. It's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. The defense exhibit, what number is it? The text messages exhibit. Defense exhibit 54, please.
Yes, sir. I have a copy of it up here. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Sir, would you mind bringing this? This is defense exhibit 54. And I believe Mr. Barber had you read this, but I want to make sure he did. And that's looks like entry number 2 there on the that we see up on the screen. Can you read that, please?
Yes, sir. It's June 7th, 2021. It's at 7:55:26 p.m., but this is in UTC time. So to go back minus 4 hours to set it to our time zone would be at 3:55:26 p.m.
All right, and that's 3:55 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's in the afternoon. You subtract 4.
All right, read that text, please.
It says, T.Y., I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home.
Alex, what?
Wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia. And there's some emojis, and it says Alex, but I'm not sure if that's going into the next thread or not.
Let's go to the second page of that, please. We want to make this 100% clear. Sir, can we highlight the time Actually, go back to the first page, excuse me. All right, and just highlight for us the time on the text entry, the text that he just read, where it says 7:55:26. Can you just highlight 7:55:26, please? There you go. All right, and just want to be 100% clear about this. This is Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Yes, sir. Or
known as-
UTC.
Yes. Also you known as UTC, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is not local time.
Correct.
It's 3:55:26 p.m., correct?
Correct. Our time zone.
All right, go to page 2, please. All right, let's read text entry number 6. What time is that in local time? It says 8:03 p.m. What is that in local time?
In local time, I would subtract 4 hours from that. It would be 4:03:14 p.m.
And what does this text say again?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they are treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Okay. Let's go now to entry number 8. And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours. It would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I am scared for him and Alex and all of us.
All right. It says him. We just read the text at number 6. From the context of this message, who do you think him refers to?
I believe it refers to his father, Mr. Randolph.
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph and who?
And Alex and all of us.
Mr. Barber asked you about that camera that came on Maggie's phone, and I believe it was around 8:54 or 8:55. And you can, if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, you want to read it?
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again at 8? I think it's 8:54 time frame.
Yes, sir. It shows an end time of 8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
It was 8:54:34 p.m.
So that camera was accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera is activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated. Could have been running in the background. For 1 second, it doesn't look like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise, you've reviewed phone data that shows cameras being turned on that by persons at certain times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you see a camera activated to be used as a camera, i.e. to take a picture or to take a video, how long is that camera app on generally?
It's usually several seconds to a minute because the camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second, in your opinion, what does that lead you to believe?
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something that was running in the background.
Okay. Nothing further for this witness.
Further. Yes, Your Honor. Very, very quickly. On this camera usage, are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
What is Springboard?
It's usually things that are set that once you touch them, it'll bring it up to focus as far as with applications of different things.
If the metadata, I'm trying to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen, would that tell you anything about how the camera was activated?
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen Springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner a little camera there, that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is the Knowledge C for this camera event?
No, sir, I didn't review the Springboard metadata.
And we saw when the easel was up, there's kind of a little flurry of activity screen on and off, orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have, could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
If for 1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second and there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter?
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
Right. But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
Okay. But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I look at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
No further questions.
You may step down. You may step down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will break until for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
Yeah, it looks like they just closed down. That might be just the ramp out here. Gonna work in Fort Worth. This is a lot of the sleet left over from the initial wave of the event. Gotta figure out my next step. Maybe they're gonna head out toward Weatherford or just stay here in Fort Worth where we're just getting hammered by the ice storm. Accretion on the car, temperature about 31. I'm in Fort Worth.
Phone 844 at 49 that showed 3 voices, even though they didn't identify the voices on that phone. Then the defense came back and also had a bombshell that supposedly Maggie's phone was thrown in the roadway way outside the house, 15 feet from the roadway, and yet that phone was not traveling with Alec Murdaugh's phone, who was walking at the time to his car and getting in his car about 9:06.18, if I'm right. Tell me, how is the jury viewing all of this evidence right now?
Honestly, I think they're really confused, Linda. It's hard to keep up with all of this, and I'm writing it down. I'm not sure whether they're taking notes or not, but I thought the defense, this is no doubt the most important witness in this case to the state. And frankly, it's mind-boggling to those people who probably don't follow this as closely. And they say that your phones are recording everything about you. Well, they really are. The fact that the state has this analysis of whether it was the camera was accessed and it was portrait or landscape, it's recording all of this. But I thought the defense, after the incredible testimony, did a really good job of advancing their 2-shooter theory here. I mean, their theory here is that there were 2 shooters, and I thought the fact that they could establish that these phones were not in the same place after the murder was really helpful. But they kind of fell prey to the trap of exploring all of this too loosely, I think, in cross, laying out their theory, because when prosecutor John Conrad got back up, he really poked a lot of holes in that. And I thought that, again, trying to write down the timeline, it looks to me that Maggie's phone screen was off from 9:07 to 9:31, and they got the witness to demonstrate that it wouldn't actually notice an orientation change if the screen were off. So I thought that really deflated a lot of what the defense did. So it was a very effective redirect.
Well, the only thing I can say is I look at my phone right now and I say, you little spy, you, okay? Because it's recording everything and how much I don't exercise or whatever. But let me ask you this. Do you think the state, and this is the question I had, made a mistake by not saying that in charging Alec Murdaugh, because we didn't hear this in opening, Alec Murdaugh may have had help? I mean, certainly if he had an accomplice, that would explain everything that we have heard right now. So I'm wondering if the jury's wondering that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is a really critical error that the prosecution made. And you would hope and assume that they're not learning new facts as the trial is unfolding. But the fact that these 2 phones weren't in the same place at the same time gives a lot of credence to the notion that even if he was the one who committed the murders, that he didn't do it alone. And I think that's a really important fact. A missing alleged co-conspirator is a big deal. And I think that the defense is going to use that to its advantage and really advance this theory, saying, the state doesn't really actually know what's going on here. They've charged it this way, but look at these problems. They're trying to poke holes in all this forensic testimony. Whether they're successful or not, at the end of the trial, come back and ask whether they mischarged it, because right now we just don't know. But it certainly is allowing the defense to have a little bit of a gift to be able to argue that there were 2 shooters here, not 1.
Now, before I got on the air and the state played that video from Paul's phone, which we didn't see, but we could hear with 3 persons' voices, the defense, before they started across, said, and I quote this, "May I have a moment with my client," to the judge. And I thought, oh, that's really, if I'm the defense, that's really not good. But the prosecution did something clever. They went back to Maggie's phone and they said, at 3:30, she's texting with a friend of hers, and she's telling the friend that Alec wants her to come back home to the house. Now, we're only hearing texts from the 7th today, and I don't know why, but that's crucial, isn't it, for the state's case?
Yeah, I mean, they have so much more than just this at the end of the day. I mean, what about the fact that what just came out through the same witness is that there were deleted texts, and we don't know how they were deleted or what method he used to delete them, but that there were deleted text off of Alex's phone. The fact that there were texts on Maggie's phone that were from Alex and it wasn't on Alex's phone is really crucial too. They're basically putting all this together like any good trial lawyer would as a jigsaw puzzle, basically leaving breadcrumbs for the jury to get there. I thought at the end of the day, the defense really did a lot to advance their theory with this witness, but there was so much more that they didn't cross-examine on. They didn't cross-examine on that at all. And I thought that was a critical error of the defense to leave that sitting out there. So I think they tried to attack what they could, but they left a lot unsaid.
Yeah, and I think the deleted was the call log showing the 3 calls to her. But again, his phone wasn't looked at until September, and the murders occurred in June. So we didn't hear when that log was deleted or when those call logs were deleted. Anyhow, so many questions. We have answers, but then we have more questions. But you know, speaking about questions, we're going to take a break now. But on the other side, our own Anjanette Levy is going to be taking all of your questions from our viewers, and we will try to help answer some of the questions you have. You won't want to miss it because you're going to be part of this show. Stay with us on the Alec Murdaugh case. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. See you on the other side.
$28B. There's those people that walked on their vehicle. Walked from their abandoned vehicle out there in Fort Worth. Very dangerous, treacherous conditions. That guy's going nuts over there, just hauling it. Thanks, folks. Get some heavier precip. Nice work on your leg compression, Mike. Here is the latest radar. Look at that out near Graham to Weatherford to Mineral Wells. Just getting smoked out there by freezing rain. So we're going to head a little bit to the west. Fort Worth, though, is also getting smoked. Look at the mesoscale discussion through that area, from Weatherford, Decatur, Graham, east across the northern DFW Metroplex. That blue outline, that's the mesoscale discussion. It goes all the way from Weatherford, Perrin, Decatur, and through the northern sections of the DFW Metro. Yep. Heading out to Weatherford. Here we go. Funny by Corey Gherkin. We're about to kick ass and chase tornadoes, and we're all out of tornadoes. Look at the ice happening. Really coming down. You can hear that liquid water hitting the windshield, so we're headed out to Weatherford. Sample some of that pure freezing rain out there. Surface temperature 30 degrees. We're headed west. Here we go. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Please hit that like button. Please, if you know what's good for you, let it rip. What's not frozen? Oh yeah, this road right in the middle, this is mostly wet, and then it goes to frozen. I think as we go west of Fort Worth, we're going to see a lot more of the frozen stuff. Ice country, let's ride! Thanks, Weather Chasing Jason. Yeah, I'm headed westbound right now. Yeah, Brian, if you want to put up some of those videos you shot this morning from Austin, you can pop them into OBS. Show people some of those conditions that happened earlier. Some of the accretion, half an inch of accretion, tree branches down, those power flashes that were happening in the morning. Meanwhile, I'm intercepting this plume of freezing rain, Fort Worth and a little bit to the west, out near Weatherford to Fort Worth. I've got visual downtown now. About to hit 35W in 1.25 miles. Lone Star Ice, this is Lone Star Ice. Lone Star Ice. Yes, it's Lone Star Ice. How are you? This is Lone Star Ice. Lone Star Ice. Yes, it's Lone Star Ice. Lone Star Ice. This is Lone Star Ice. Lone Star Ice. Yes, it's Lone Star Ice. Lone Star Ice, this is, yes, it's Lone Star Ice. We're right in the midst of Lone Star Ice. Oh, yes, this is Lone Star Ice. Yes, it's Lone Star Ice. Thought about working downtown Fort Worth a little bit too. I really want to get out to that heavier freezing rain out near Weatherford. I can always come back to downtown. There it is. They're figuring it out. Look at this car on the right. It's like he's shutting it down. Shutting it down.
Because I reviewed the video for looking at the length of the video, it compared it to the length of the camera time that was on. Also, too, there was data recorded in the video because it was taken with the phone that had GPS coordinates along with a description of the phone that took it.
Okay. And you're telling this jury today that you're certain that that is when that video was recorded on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
And as we referenced, when we were looking at that timeline, there's location data associated with that video as well, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And where did you plot that location data?
It plotted to Moselle Road to near a building that had a red roof on it.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 297. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. What is that?
It is a CD that contains a video. On it, it says Kennel Video, has States 297 on there, along with my initials and the date of 1/30/23.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
It is a video I found on Paul Murdaugh's phone. The video looks like inside maybe a kennel area with a fence around it and a dog, I believe to be a lab, where he's trying to take a video of the tail of the dog.
Okay. All right. And that's what you see in that video.
Yes, sir.
What do you hear in the video?
You hear 3 different voices in the video. You can tell because they're so different, you can tell that they're different voices.
All right. Now, are any of those voices known personally to you?
No, sir, they are not.
Okay.
Quick catch. Quick. Catch.
Hey, he got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, brother.
It's a kitty.
There's a chicken. Catch. Quick.
Video, less than a minute long or about a minute long, it was recorded at 8:44 that night. That is minutes before Paul Murdaugh never reads a text message again. So, Gigi, when that video was playing in the courtroom, I'm wondering, was the jury kind of leaning in and listening to this, or were they just kind of sitting there and taking it in?
No, they were definitely engaged in the video. It was a little hard to hear because you have some shouting in the background by Maggie and Alec, but they definitely were interested in seeing this and seeing Paul and hearing Paul. Now, the thing to me that's interesting is after that video was played, it was only a few minutes. There was a 28-second difference in the last text read by both Paul and Maggie. So such a short window there. That was mentioned shortly after. So I think that was a good follow-up in that Alex said he wasn't there at the kennels. Now we hear he was. And then just a few minutes later, within 28 seconds, they both read their last text messages. That kind of had people looking around and doing the math in their head.
Linda, you know, this seems to be a problem for the defense. Alec Murdaugh talked to law enforcement. He gave them his account of what happened that night from his vantage point. He says he wasn't down at the kennels, and now the state's saying, guess what? He lied. His voice is on there talking to his wife. So you're a defense attorney. How big of a problem do you see this being for the defense?
Well, it definitely is a problem. And as I pointed out before you got on, Anjanette, is after this happened, the defense asked to have a moment with their client, which was like a clue that there was a problem going on. because at 8:49 we know that Maggie reads her last text, 8:49:27, only 4 minutes later. The house is 500 yards away, 5 football fields away. So, I mean, the likelihood is, even if there are inconsistencies, the jury may say those inconsistencies don't matter, because trials come down to 1 or 2 things to get a conviction. And that 1 or 2 things could be his voice on the video when it gets identified, because it hasn't been identified, and the fact that he's going to have, according to the prosecution, a motive to get rid of his family.
Hey, friends all over the
he has
world.
no moral compass. So I think it's a big,
I want to
big
say
deal.
something today that is probably not going to be popular.
And, telling the
and it's definitely not going to be comfortable.
Officers, I wasn't down there until I found them. That is a big problem, and they're going to have to figure out how they can deal with that, if at all. Let's take a quick break. We are taking your questions live here on Lunch Break in the state of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. Submit them to us on Twitter and on our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can, and we're going to do that when we come back. We have to take this quick break for the TV network, but stay with us on YouTube. It'll just be a couple of minutes. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, coming to you live.
Hey, friends all over the world. I want to say something today that is probably not going to be popular, and it's definitely not going to be comfortable. And I really debated whether to even involve myself in this whole conversation. But I feel compelled. I feel commissioned to speak. I don't just speak about public issues and different topics just because I want to say something. I speak if I feel that there's a perspective that I need to lend to the conversation. And even if it's not popular, and even if it's not socially acceptable, I have to be faithful to what I'm convicted about. And so I want to talk about the shocking truth behind the death of Tyre Nichols, or Tyree Nichols. I'm not even sure how to Tyree Nichols probably pronounce his name. Such a tragic loss of a young man before his time. From all the reports we've gotten, he was beaten to death by the police department. And this is just, it's all over social media. It's a firestorm right now. People are virtue signaling. People are saying we should say his name. People are talking about, how egregious this crime was against a person. Everybody's, not everybody, but a lot of people are drawing out the racial component of all of this. And this has just become a thing. I've seen preachers, pastors, other leaders posting his picture. And I don't know a whole lot about the story, to be honest with you, because I don't really watch a lot of news. But, what we can say is that it's definitely a tragic death, and condolences to his family. Here's the shocking truth about his death, though, that many times we don't want to talk about, we don't want to really deal with, but this is the truth about it. There are thousands of young black men in this country who are murdered. In fact, just the other day, I get a phone call, a text message from one of my dear members, and his cousin was shot here locally, murdered yesterday morning. There's not a single social media post in the popular media about him. You won't hear about Al Sharpton coming down to do a press conference. You won't hear about Crump, the lawyer Crump, coming to represent his family. You won't hear, you won't hear Roland Martin do a news broadcast about him. Just like you didn't hear a news broadcast, there was no NAACP for the death of Takeoff. There was no NAACP march for the death of PNB Rock. or Nipsey Hussle, who are equally valuable. My concern is this. My concern is that we are commodifying and we are politicizing something that is more deeply systemic and more deeply disturbing, which is the lack of value for human life, period. Not black lives, not white lives, but the fact that in our culture, we don't value life at all. We don't value life until it's a political issue. We don't value the life of a young man until it's politicized. We don't value a brother's life until a white police officer kills him. This is deeply disturbing, and nobody wants to talk about this. I talked about this back in Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and we had about 300 black men march up in Decatur, Georgia, talking about they're not going to stand for it, and they were going to, threaten the Ku Klux Klan and say, you better not march in this community anymore. We're not going to stand for it. But those same 300 brothers never went down to the West End. They never went down to Northside Drive. They never went down to Southwest Atlanta with that same energy and told the crack dealers and the mafia and the drug lords and the gang members that we're not going to stand for it. Why is life only valuable when it is politicized? I don't care what anybody says. And a lot of people will get mad with me about this, but the truth is, was his life valuable, Brother Nichols? Yes, it was. Is it a tragedy that he lost his life? Yes, it is. But it's also a tragedy that 42% of all abortions are done by black women. And instead of we don't even blink an eye. We don't even bat an eye. We don't even think twice about it. In fact, black women in America are fighting for the right to kill babies. If you say something about it, you are being a misogynist now. Now, if you are pro-life, they equate you with being a misogynist and being a chauvinist. Now a man fighting for the right of a child to live is seen as abusive toward a woman. And this is our culture, so twisted and so perverted. I believe we should stand and we should call for justice as it relates to this young man. I believe that we should cry out. I believe every person, every human being on this planet should be heartbroken over his death. I also believe we should be equally heartbroken over the death of my member's cousin who was killed in a drive-by here in Tampa. Or the countless other men and women and children here in the state of Florida who are abducted, kidnapped, murdered. But we don't say anything unless it's a black and white issue. We don't make it an issue until it's a black and white issue, until we can politicize it. You never see these civil rights leaders when there's gang violence destroying the community. Now, I'm not saying all of them. I mean, a shout out to the pastors in Chicago who are doing a tremendous job there. Many of the leaders there, I want to give you a salute and a shout out. You're doing an amazing work. But why don't we see the kind of media coverage? And why don't we see the kind of collective energy? You know, why don't we see that same virtue signaling? A friend of mine, she was doing Uber in Atlanta. They got shot 4 times. It barely made the news. When are we going to realize how manipulated we're being? The rapper Takeoff was murdered in cold blood, shot in the head, shot twice, in the head and the torso, playing, I don't know, standing as a bystander while people are gambling. And I want to talk about that. Why is the black community the only community that wants to have the right to kill itself? And then when we make a comment about the black on black crime, we're being racist, we're being hyper conservative, we're being ignorant. Why is that the case? Why can nobody comment about the disparities? You want to talk about disproportionate? Everybody wants to talk about how black men are being killed at a disproportionate rate by police. Black men are also being killed by a disproportionate rate by other black men. That doesn't justify what the police are doing, and it is wrong and it is egregious, but it also does not exempt us from accountability. We are literally being torn apart racially in this nation, and it is being funded at the highest levels of economic power. Let me say that again. We are being torn apart racially, and it is being funded at the highest levels of economic power like it always was. Racism in America was always about capitalism, and it was always about money and elitism. It was about the elites putting the working class against each other. It's always been about that, and it will always be about that until we stand up and recognize what they're doing to us. It's always been about that. It's always been about manipulating people emotionally. It's always been about making the race issue the primary issue. But we don't understand that there are more insidious things percolating under the surface. And Patrick Finley, get off of my feed. Get off of my feed. Get off of my feed. I can say whatever I want to say. And you won't stop me. Nobody will stop me from saying what I want to say. If you don't like it, unfollow me and get off of my feed. You see, the problem is that they don't want us to speak out about this issue. They don't want us to speak out. They want you to think it's a skin problem. They don't want you to understand it's a sin problem. It's a sin. It's about hatred in the hearts of men. It's about lawlessness and violence. It's about a culture of rage. It's about a culture of wickedness in this society. And we need an awakening in America. We need an awakening in the consciousness of men so that men would recognize that every other man that they look at carries the image of God. And until we recognize that each and every one of us are image bearers of the Most High God, we will never respect creation. We will never respect decency. We will never respect life. That's what this is about. Yes, there are racist issues in America. I am not ignorant or oblivious to that. However, I'm telling you, the highly politicized and the highly sensationalized agenda where we pick and choose who we want to make a martyr. Who we want to make a martyr. We have selective martyrdom in our culture. We choose, okay, this person will be the next martyr for whatever the agenda is. But what about the thousands of other young black males and white males and Spanish males who are dying? What about the young Spanish brothers who are dying disproportionately in this country at the hands of gun violence, at the hands of physical violence, at the hands of gang activity, or whatever it is? And many of you say, well, you're just trying to play the black on black crime card so that just makes the police officers not take responsibility. No, the police officers should be held responsible. Just like the people in the community should be held responsible. Why do black folks who have all this stuff to say when there is a particular martyr that we choose to venerate, and I'm not degrading Brother Nichols. What I'm saying is that we know who kills certain people and we won't even say anything. You will know the murderer will be in the cafe across the street and you won't even report him to the police. We know who kills these people. We know who kills folks in our own community. And because we have a culture of not snitching, of, you know what, I ain't gonna say nothing. people can know who killed their own mama in the black community and they won't even say anything because we have a culture that we have embraced that says, you know what, don't snitch, don't say anything, don't tell anybody. But then when we have a situation like this, we want to demand justice.
Testimony about the activity of Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Maggie Murdaugh's cell phones on the evening of the murders. And we heard a lot of interesting things because everybody was there at the property together where these homicides occurred. And let's listen to Lieutenant Britt Dove, who's an expert in this stuff. He talked about this on the witness stand both yesterday and this morning. Let's listen to him discuss the activity on Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone.
What does that mean?
That is the duration of the call.
Okay. So at 7:50 p.m., Maggie placed a call to Barbara. Is that correct? That lasted 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we see a slight time difference between line 13 and line 14. It's about 4 seconds. And that's just simply the different way the different logs record the data.
Yes, sir, it's because they're going into different databases, so there is a lag in that.
But your testimony today is, what is the exact time that call was placed to Barbara?
That call was placed to Barbara at 6/7/2021 at 7:50:19 p.m.
Okay. In your review of Maggie's call logs, was this the last answer, or excuse me, the last phone call that was either dialed or answered by someone on Maggie's phone?
I would have to check the logs again, but I believe so.
I'll let you know that. Take a look.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the last answered call or one that was shown in the direction of outgoing.
All right. No more outgoing calls that night, correct?
No, sir,
June 7th?
correct.
And no more answer calls the night of June 7th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What do lines 11 and 12 show?
They show that the phone from Maggie Murdaugh received a phone call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 11, it has the name Alex associated with it. Shows the direction as incoming.
Okay. And was that call answered?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, we see 2 line entries for the same call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, there's a difference. One line, line 11 says Alex, and line 12 says PA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they're the same number, though, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
And again, briefly explain why we see a Alex and a PA between those 2 lines.
Because they're 2 separate databases that these were entered into. And when you set up your contact list, you can go through, and if you wanted to set a name for either a spouse, a child, or a good friend, you can set it how you want it to be. And that's going to show up from the contact side of it.
And so just reviewing, within the space of about 2 minutes, you see 3 separate calls from Alex's phone incoming into Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And after that 906-51 call on line 7 and 8, what's the next call you see on this log?
Moving up the call log, the next call I see is from 1-803-942-1227. On line 5, it has the name of Alex. The time received on that call is at 9:45:32 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And that's lines 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And finally, let's talk about lines 3 and 4. What information do you see there?
On lines 3 and 4, they're the same call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 4, it shows it as PA, direction as an incoming call. and it was received at 10:03:58 p.m. UTC -4 as a missed call.
All right. And to clarify, these last 5 calls from Alex, were any of them answered?
No, sir.
And previously, we looked at pictures. When you took pictures of Maggie's phone, you took a picture of her call log, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And I'm showing you again. I'm going to put it up on the screen. It's been admitted, Exhibit 278. And we saw that numeral 5 next to Alex's name, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that represents 5 missed calls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I don't know if you were doing math while we went through that, and we can look at it again if you'd like, Lieutenant Dove, but did you count the calls from Alex that were missed in a row as we went through that call log?
Yes, sir, I came up with 5.
Okay. And since I had that picture up there, when you access Maggie's phone to take these pictures and to go through some of these screens, did you change any settings?
No, sir. The extraction had already been done at the point I took these photos.
Okay, so the extraction actually was done before these pictures?
Yes, sir.
All right. But even after, did you change any settings or open up any calls to make anything difference on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
Now,
that entry is at 9:47:23 p.m.
It's going to be really kind of cool to see.
And what is that?
It is a text message that was received on that from Alex. It says, "Call me, babe."
And was that text ever read? I know that's referencing the previous report.
No, sir, that text was not read.
So there's a little bit of Lieutenant Britt Dove discussing the activity on Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone the evening of the murders. A series of missed calls from Alec Murdaugh, him texting her saying, "Call me, babe." She never reads the text message because the prosecution said that she had been murdered. She was dead. And they contend that Alec Murdaugh was placing these calls and sending these text messages to establish an alibi. So that's something we have seen in cases, but will the jury actually believe that? We are taking your questions this hour. Submit them to us on Twitter and in our YouTube chat, and we will answer them. We have a great panel with me this hour. Gigi McKelvey, our own Gigi McKelvey, is here with us in South Carolina, here with me in South Carolina. Linda Kenny-Bodden is a Law and Crime Network host and defense attorney, and Melba Pearson is a former prosecutor. Thanks to all of you for being here today. Linda, I'll start with you on this one. As far as that activity on Maggie's cell phone goes, why do you think that this is so important to the prosecution? Obviously, they're using these times on the cell phones to set up
We're back on the record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances one more time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. The jury is in the courtroom, all 12 jurors who deliberated, and the 4 alternate jurors who did not deliberate. The jurors that did deliberate have informed the bailiff that they have a verdict. I'll ask the foreperson who has the verdict. Is that correct? All right. I got a screen in front of me, so maybe I should stand. Do you have a verdict, sir? Can you give it to the bailiff? State of Wisconsin versus Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314 verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Mark D. Jensen, guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree as charged in the information. Dated this first day of February 2023, signed by the foreperson. Does the defense wish to have the jury polled?
Yes.
All right. They have numbers, so it'll be easier for me to poll the jury. Folks, I'm just going to ask you if this is your verdict, and I'll start out with number 1. Juror number 1, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Juror number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 4, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 5, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
I will go to the front. Juror number 7, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 8, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 10, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
All right, the record should reflect I polled each individual juror. They all indicated this was their verdict. I'm going to excuse the jury for now. We'll talk a little bit of other housekeeping matters. Before you go, folks, all 16 of you, I don't know what to say. I might come in tomorrow and I might look to the right and I'll see you're not here. You have been wonderful. You showed up on time. We had short lunches. We had a lot of witnesses. We had a lot of exhibits. We had a lot of videos. You were patient with us when we had to do our legal arguments. I really want to thank you on behalf of all the judges in the county for your service, and hopefully it's an experience that you can remember in the future. The other thing I want to mention, you're free to talk to anybody that you want to about this case now, but you don't have to. The only caveat I will say, if you are going to talk to anybody, you might not want to say what other jurors said because they might want their conversation private. And the last thing I will say, it's my understanding on behalf of the media, they're going to have a press conference area if you wish to talk to them. So with that, we have to do some housekeeping matters. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day, okay? Thank you, folks. All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. Is there a motion by the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state requests the court enter judgment in accordance with the verdict, and further, the state requests the court revoke the defendant's bond and remand him to the custody of the sheriff.
All right, based upon the jury verdict, the defendant is found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Judge, I do have a motion. I would ask the court to consider a judgment notwithstanding the verdict.
I understand your motion, but based upon the evidence that I heard of all the witnesses, the exhibits, I'm going to deny your motion right now. I think the jury has spoken, and the court's going to honor it. Okay, for the record, then, the court will enter judgment, first-degree intentional homicide for Mark D. Jensen. The record should reflect he is found guilty of that crime. I'm going to revoke his bond and set the matter for sentencing. Based upon Marcy's law, I think we have to have a sentencing date, and I'm going to order a pre-sentence investigation. It's my understanding the time that the Department of Probation is requesting on pre-sentences for in-custody people is 60 days. So
I would say this. The state would request that the court simply set sentencing for tomorrow afternoon.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well, that's the state's request. I don't see the
not
need
gonna
for
do
a
that.
pre-sentence investigation report.
I've been here for 19 days.
So have I.
We have different responsibilities.
Sure, Judge.
So I'm going to order a pre-sentence, just like I do on any other jury conviction, set the matter for sentence. And if you're unavailable on the date, let me know.
What's the date you're going to set?
The clerk's going to give you the dates. Okay?
April 3rd, 2 p.m.
I am gone that entire week.
Okay. April 14th, 10 o'clock.
It's good for the state?
April 14th works for us, Your Honor.
The defense? Okay. Anything else from the state?
What time?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense? All right. Can we have everybody sit while the defendant is taken out?
Said these are used, and that you recommended that these 300 blackouts be used for hog hunting?
Yes, sir.
And is that, I mean, in this part of the state, are wild hogs kind of a nuisance to game management, property management?
A severe nuisance, yes, sir.
And explain that, please, sir.
They do a tremendous amount of damage to property and crops in this part of the state.
How so?
They root, as pigs do. They root up crops and woodlands and yards. They're very destructive.
And is that a common problem throughout the Low Country?
Yes, sir.
And have you recommended to a number of customers to 300 blackout to root out the nuisance
yes,
hogs?
I have.
Do you have any estimate how many 300 blackouts you've sold over the last 4 or 5 years?
No, sir. I wouldn't. I've a little over 600 firearm transfers. I wouldn't know.
Think it's more than 100?
I don't know. It's a lot, but I don't know how many.
All right. You mentioned that you and Alec Murdaugh are related? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
How are you related?
Our grandmothers were sisters.
Okay, and does that make, and your...
I'll call us second cousins. We're cousins.
Your fathers were first cousins, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you spend, over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have. Not a lot with Alec, mostly with John Marvin.
And you go, have you been camping with Alec and the boys at, I think that big, Dad used to host a big camp every year?
I have.
And you been fishing with them?
Not much.
Been hunting with them?
No, sir, not Alec.
Okay.
I have with John.
Right. You've known Alec for quite some time?
My entire life.
Are you, well, a gift of some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for 2 boys, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever observe Alec around his sons? What kind of relationship they have?
I have.
And how would you describe their relationship?
It was always good. When he called me, he was excited about getting these for his boys.
And it was a big Christmas for them, I
Yes,
take
sir.
it. Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor. Is it less expensive to buy a 300 blackout directly from Palmetto State Armory rather than have you build one?
It can be, depending on configuration.
And
any accessories that get added. And
okay.
All right, let me bring my guests in to discuss this. Paul Townsend, criminal defense attorney, joins us, and Melba Pearson, former prosecutor, is still with us. Paul, let me ask you this question. Who got the advantage in the testimony, either from the direct or cross, of the cousin gun builder, gun sailor, John Bedingfield? The prosecution or the defense?
I think the defense got a lot of really good information out from him to show that the 300 Blackout is a fairly common gun, that this guy has sold a lot of them. He couldn't say how many. He doesn't know if it's 100, but he said it was a lot. And they got out that, this gun is primarily used to hunt wild hogs, which is a huge problem in this area. And this particular area of the state is what's commonly known as gun country. So the jurors are going to be aware of issues like wild hogs, and it's not going to be odd to them for a family like the Murdaughs to have a number of guns, for a father to be getting guns for his kids. So I thought that the defense did a very good job of getting out from this guy, just that whether or not he had a 300 Blackout is not really such a big deal in this area, and it's probably fairly common. So I thought that the defense kind of probably got more points here, though the prosecution did get some necessary information out. The defense, I think, got more.
Okay, so Melba, the big question is, we know that there was incredible brutality considering the death of Paul, and I don't want to repeat about where his body parts were that the prosecution has said many times in court. But he was shot in the head. He was also shot, I think, under the arm. And it really was horrible. And it looks like Maggie was shot running away by a different gun. 2 different guns, shotgun on Paul, 2 different types of ammunition in that shotgun, and the 300 Blackout on Maggie. So if you are looking at it from a jury's point of view, you have to be asking yourself, how could a father shoot his son like that? Let's get away from the wife for a second, because we know that domestic violence is a big thing. But how does a father shoot his son with that degree of just horror?
But I think the same argument applies in terms of domestic violence because of the fact that domestic violence does not only just only apply to the spouse, it applies to the kids. Many times kids are feeling the wrath of the abuse that's happening in their household. So it is not unprecedented for a father to kill their child. Again, if you look at the motive that's being set forth by the prosecution, they're saying that basically he did this to save his own skin. So that it could possibly explain why he was as brutal as the way he was, because again, it was self-preservation in his mind because of the pending criminal charges and all of the other issues that were surrounding him and his legal trouble.
Yes, and we do know that the lawyer for his housekeeper, Ms. Satterfield, is going to testify probably the end of this week, the beginning of next week. And one of her children, after she died, didn't get the proceeds of the civil suit, and he was actually evicted from his trailer when it was foreclosed upon, even though he had a disability as an adult. And someone could say, if they know the history, if you can be that kind of morally indecent, you could kill your child. So anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we hope to be back into that courtroom in South Carolina in the Alec Murdaugh case. Is he a double murderer? On the other side. Trailer when it was foreclosed upon, even though he had a disability as an adult. And someone could say, if they know the history, if you can be that kind of morally indecent, you
afraid to step out. She's requesting units announce themselves.
Tech 4, that's a 10057, come property on me.
Sandra. Hey, sir.
Tech 4, 27.
Handle tag 907.
What's up, Hosey?
Check at the second house residence. His girlfriend is on 911. She's stepping out to make contact.
So a girl came out with their doggy.
The female, she's advising no answer, but the house gives us permission to search. We'll be checking.
She said nobody's inside there, guys. So they're gonna clear out the residence so they could go in there and search. There was a shooting. They believe that the person ran back in this house right here. There's a shooting on the other side where the trailers are at. Can't get in there because it's blocked off. But medical's here. He did get shot. He did get shot in the chest. That's what I hear. That's what I heard over the radio. Good morning, guys. Good morning. It's still morning, guys.
Search clear. We're checking the basement.
Okay.
You're on scene. Control South 14, 1410.
1410.
Yeah, I guess she's here to check on somebody, but I don't think she's going to make it through.
Fully one code 30.
Okay. We're code 30 on Metro. Channels are clear.
Code 30.
30 on Metro. Channels are clear. Code 30. Attention City News, Control 2 broadcasting for officer safety, CCW 4712 Angel Lane on video surveillance of a white male with sunglasses with AirPods and a white button-up shirt, tan slacks, brown shoes.
Don't know why the officer got mad at her. She's a county worker.
Calls pending for service. Control 2 clear. Adam, 1035.
So here comes the ambulance right now, guys. He's about to leave. Take that person to the hospital right now, guys, as we speak.
Suspect was her boyfriend. He's attached in the narrative. He does have a RAME 200,000 for 207, 148, 422, and 243 U1.
10-4.
So there he goes, guys. There he goes right away, putting the sirens on. He's on the way.
Calling 2-1-1 in terms of the suspect and that RP is advising he's going to be on vehicle on GSW. Confirming the last subject is the victim. Dave, Matthew. 10-4. Your two subjects are also attached.
The jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. You may call your next witness. Yes, sir.
State of South Carolina, we're now calling Dathan Murdaugh.
I do.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Dathan Brian Murdaugh. Last name is Varnadoe.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dathan Murdaugh?
Yes, I go by Brian.
Okay. And your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Murdaugh, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, please, about Brian Murdaugh, where you're from, your background, a little bit of your family, and how you got in law enforcement?
I'm from right here in Walterboro, South Carolina. I started in the Department of Corrections in 1996. I worked in the Department of Corrections state prison system for 18 years, and now I've been here with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office almost 10.
Okay, and I know you kind of saw, if you just pull up and maybe speak in there a little bit, if you don't mind, Sergeant. So you worked in the prison system for how long?
18 years.
Okay. And then after that, you came to Colleton?
Yes, I came to Colleton in 2013.
Okay, tell the folks, what different areas have you worked in Colleton?
In the Sheriff's Office, for about a year, I worked the road. Then in 2014, I went to investigations, primarily gang investigations, and I worked in that area until now present.
You know, tell them about your training in law enforcement. Y'all go through Criminal Justice Academy?
Criminal Justice Academy.
Periodic. Talk about it a little bit, please.
South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I believe at that time it was 11 weeks. It changes. I was there 11 weeks, and we go through the basic training for law enforcement through the legals, traffic stops, so forth. But and I also have training there in gang investigations. Also, they provide.
And are you married?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
Does your wife work?
Yes.
Where does she work?
Works for the city of Walterboro.
City of Walterboro. Now, if I could please take you back, Sergeant, to June, specifically June 7th of 2021. What was your role with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department that day, please?
I worked investigations during that time also. Of course, the night of this incident, I was off at that time. I was called in later.
And were you on call?
We
Did pretty much everybody get called in?
Yes, sir. All investigators got called in.
And where were you told to respond to? Where did you respond to, Sergeant?
The location on Moselle Road.
4147 Moselle Road?
That's right.
In Colleton County?
In Colleton County.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming up to Moselle, well, first of all, do you remember what entrance, how you went in?
Yes, I went in by the dog kennels, that entrance. Not all the way down. I parked near the roadway and walked in.
Had you been to that residence prior to June 7th when you got there in 2021?
It had been some years when I was on the road. I responded to an alarm call out there one time.
Years prior to this?
Yes.
Did you know where to go when you got there? I mean, what were you instructed to do? Do you know where to go on the property?
I was told that driveway where the dog kennels are. don't come in where the brick columns are.
I'm going to show you what's marked as stage 303. Sergeant, I've never shown you this before, have I? No. Do you recognize this is an aerial view of Moselle? And where you responded?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, without objection, 303.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And you said you came in the second entrance?
Yes, you want to point to it?
Can you do that?
Right here. I parked somewhere in this area. And I'll walk the rest of the way.
And Sergeant, you get out of your car and tell them what you did next.
When I got on scene, there was other emergency vehicles there. Other investigators had beat me there. Pretty much I made contact with my supervisor and asked him what he needed me, what area he needed me in, what he needed me doing.
And who is your supervisor?
Captain Jason Chapman.
And what did he tell you or ask you to do or instruct you to do?
He instructed me to find Mr. Alex Murdaugh and take GSR of his hands, gunshot residue.
Prior to that, did you have an occasion, did you see the bodies of who we all know now are Paul and Maggie? Did you see their bodies?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get close to them or inspect them?
I didn't inspect them. Maybe 10 feet, maybe.
Okay. So you were able to see them from a distance?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
So your captain had instructed that you find Alex Murdaugh and attempt to get a GSR kit, or to take GSR from
Administer a kit to, yes, sir.
All right, and I don't think there'll be any objection to this. Tell the folks what is a GSR?
Well, it stands for gunshot residue. The kit itself tests for gunshot residue on the hands, is where it's administered to the hands of an individual.
At the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and maybe other places, are you trained in how to collect that from an individual?
Yes, we train in-house.
And
it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, pretty simple procedure.
That's right.
Had you taken GSR from a person prior to this?
Yes.
Okay. How many times? You got any idea?
20.
Okay. Now, when you got there, how far was the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, from where you were? Where was he? When you were told to go check his hands?
He was, at this time when I saw him, he was behind the yellow tape they had up the backside. It's actually, it was an area between the sheds or the dog kennels and his home.
Okay. And after the captain had asked you to do that, what'd you do?
I went and got a kit and approached Mr. Murdaugh.
Had you ever seen Alex Murdaugh before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know him before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell us how you knew him?
I testified as an expert witness in one of his cases.
An expert witness?
Yes.
Is that the gang which you said earlier you're back?
Yes, it had to do with a gang case.
And do you mind, what did you testify to?
It was some terminology that was used in a phone call, and he wanted, in my area of of expertise with gang lingo and gang slang. He wanted me to testify to a statement that was said on a phone call.
So you weren't involved in the actual case?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Defendant Alex Murdaugh asked you to come testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And was he sitting over here at the time at this table?
Yes.
I mean the prosecution table?
Prosecution table, yes.
In this courtroom?
It was here at Hampton. I'm not 100% sure.
In a courtroom?
Right.
Well, I'm curious, what were you called to testify about?
Like I said, it was some terminology used in a phone call. He was prosecuting in this case.
What were you asked to testify the terminology? I'm just curious.
An individual was on the phone telling someone to go and get the whistle, and he wanted me to clarify what that term
meant. The whistle?
Yes.
What
he was referring to a firearm.
Okay, the whistle. So you were interpreting that a whistle meant a firearm?
Right.
Okay, and the inmate wanted somebody to do something with the whistle?
That's what I was told the phone call was about, yes.
Okay. Did you testify?
I did.
And when was that?
It's probably been 5, 6 years.
Okay. So on June 7th of 2021, when you saw the defendant, did he recognize you as far as you can tell?
Yes.
Okay. Did he recognize you as far as you could tell?
Yes.
Did he say your name?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say his name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you went about to do your job?
I'm sorry, say again?
How'd you go about doing your job? What'd you do? What'd you say to him?
I approached him. I had the kit. And I went to Mr. Murdaugh and told him I had to administer this kit to his hands. He stated he understood the procedure. And just a few minutes, and I was out of his way.
And I do think not to do, but Your Honor, can he come down here?
Yes.
Please. I'm going to show you what's been marked Stage 301. Do you recognize this kit in general?
Yes.
And did you look inside?
Not a different one.
Okay. Would you look inside? Do you recognize this type of kit? Is this the type of kit you used on the defendant Alex Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Actually, the type of kit I believe had 4 vials, but it's the same. It's the same idea.
Okay. Well, they used to have 4, but now they have 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're on 301 without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
Submit it.
If you stay here, let's pull out 301 and just show the jury what you did. And I've got some questions, Sarge. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. What's the first thing you do when you get ready to take a gunshot residue from somebody?
Well, I have my own gloves. I put on gloves before I administer this kit.
Okay.
To the individual.
All right.
I explain to him what I'm doing and what it's for.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. I explain to him what it's for and why I'm doing it.
Okay. And you looking at them?
Yes.
How far are you from them?
About you and I.
Okay. And this night, let's go back there right now to June 7th. Are you looking at Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all knew each other?
Yes.
Did you smell the alcohol on him?
No.
Okay. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything to you? Alcohol, drugs, anything else?
No.
Okay. Could he understand what Brian Murdaugh was asking to him as far as you knew? Did he understand your questions?
Yes, as far as I knew.
And could you understand his responses? Just talking?
Yes.
Okay. And were his answers to you timely?
Yes, they were.
Subject matter appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked him if you could take a gunshot residue, did he comply?
He complied.
And I believe there were just 2 used this time. They used to do 4.
Yep.
Can you show the jury how you do it specifically?
You'll see it's labeled. It's pretty self-explanatory. On here it has the left hand, right hand.
You mind touching me and just do it on me like you did on him?
I can. Stop holding. Come on.
All right, and what's that one marked on there?
This is for the left hand.
Okay.
It has a flat surface on the inside of the cap. Touch all the fingers, thumb, put the hand over the back of the hand, and full extent of the fingers.
Okay.
Did
you place it back?
Yes, and you put it back inside the bag.
Okay.
And you move on to the next one.
All right.
Do the same thing with the other hand.
Same thing with the other hand?
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, please. And so this whole time you're that close to him and you're doing that?
Yes.
Were his hands shaking?
Do not recall his hand shaking.
Now, after you do that, and I got a couple other questions, I'll let you sit down. I'll ask you if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you, to be right where we are now, to tell them what we're doing, do you document it?
Yes.
Okay. And Joe. I'm going to show you what's 300. Does this relate to what we're doing right now, Sergeant?
It does.
And you're on a 300 without objection?
No. It's admitted.
Now, Sergeant, does it say what time you just took that gunshot, potential gunshot residue evidence from the defendant?
Yes, it's right here at the bottom.
And did you fill this out?
I did.
You put your name at the top?
Yes.
Badge number?
Everything but this. This is not me.
Okay. And date of birth? It's got the suspect's name, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Right.
And his date of birth's what?
5/27/68.
Now, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know
No.
his date of birth. So
No.
did you have to ask him?
Yes.
Did he have any trouble telling you his date of birth?
No.
Okay. So you put that down when he told you. Subject is living, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring that out with SLED later, but you took the sample off a live individual?
Yes.
No question about it. And you filled out the rest of the form, correct?
I did.
No gunshot wound?
No.
No, it says any debris or blood or subject. This is what the form says. Any debris or blood or subjects on the hand, and what'd you mark?
No.
So does that mean you had to look at his hands to mark no?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking at his hands, did you see any debris or blood on suspect's hands?
No, I did not.
And you looked at it?
Right.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Well, I recall his hands were clean.
And underneath here it says lawyer, honey, the rest of it said evidence.
Questions.
Okay. All right. And he signed it, correct?
No.
Okay, that's your signature. My bad, I couldn't see. Okay. One final question while I've got you up here. Did you observe what he was wearing? His shirt, his shorts, his shoes?
I do not remember his shoes or his pants or what he had on. I do remember his shirt.
Okay. And can you describe the shirt?
It was a white T-shirt.
All right. Did it appear to have any blood on it from looking right here?
No, naked eye, I didn't see any.
Okay. Did it appear to be dirty?
No.
Okay. And is this also the chain of custody that you filled out for the GSR?
Yes.
Okay. And you turned it over, I believe, to Agent Worley?
That's Worley. Yes.
Okay. I believe 12 without objection. You can have a seat there. Okay.
Admitted.
Now, if referring to states 300 again, down at the bottom, it's got date and time shooting occurred. It's got 6/7/21.
So the shooting occurred, yes.
Okay. And where'd you get that information from?
From the other people on the scene.
Okay. And time, what time does it have by there?
I have 10 p.m.
And where'd you get that from? Do you know?
More likely it was my supervisor told me on the scene.
See that?
And the time this collected was 11:15, correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Ryan, Murdaugh, the individual that you collected the gunshot, performed the gunshot residue kit on, and the individual you described as his hands as clean to see in the courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Would you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen?
He has a gray blazer and white button-up shirt.
We'd like the record to reflect. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Cross-examination.
Deputy Barnes, this individual right here, the defendant Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, consented to you taking his DSR, correct?
Yes.
And he cooperated with you fully that night, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you had talked about a case that he had worked, and he was a prosecutor of a criminal drug case in this courthouse or maybe Hampton, but
Right.
right? And you worked on that case, not only with Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but his father, Randolph Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a drug prosecution of a defendant who was suspected to be involved in the Cowboys drug gang. Is that correct?
He was an affiliate, yes.
And that was a dangerous outfit that a lot of folks were prosecuted. Is that correct?
Basis for the objection.
Never mind, I withdraw.
No.
Could you ask the question again, please?
The Cowboys were known for being dangerous in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that case, I think you thought maybe 5 years, but it could have been sooner than that, 2 or 3 years ago?
It could have been. It's been some years. I'm not sure exactly what year it was.
Yes. Now, you were shown this aerial photograph, and this is exhibit number 303. Have you been out to the property since the night on June the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this aerial photograph, you don't know what date this photograph was taken, do you?
I do not.
But you do know that this land here, frankly, right through there, were you aware that at one point in time, that area right there was used as a runway?
I did not know that.
Okay. But you do know that pine trees were planted all through here, correct? And
there are trees there, yes.
There's a stand of pine trees there that are not in this photograph. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Thank you. And now the form, if I can find it, sir. The collection form asks, it says subject's full name, and the subject was Mr. Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you, was he cordial and respectful to you?
Yes.
And you've been around him on multiple occasions, I take it, working on that case and perhaps other things?
A few times, yes.
And in your presence, has he always been respectful to law enforcement?
Yes.
Has always treated you with respect?
Yes.
Did he treat you with respect on the night of June the 7th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you he understood that you had to do a job and take his gunshot residue off his hands, correct?
That's right.
And he was shook up, was he not?
Yes, he was shook up.
Now, you showed how the collection is done and how you put the stamp on the front and on the back. Did you do a thorough collection of Mr. Murdaugh's hands that night?
Yes.
And did you intentionally leave any part of his hand untested?
No.
And you did your level best to get every particle of GSR off his hands, according to using that equipment that you had.
The way I was trained and taught, yes.
And were you aware that earlier in the night after he called 911 that he went up to the house to get a shotgun and came back down, and when first responding deputy, I believe it was Green, came to the scene that he seized that shotgun? Did you know that when you got
At that time, no.
You learned it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that gunshot residue can transfer from a gun onto a subject's hands, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you don't do any testing of gunshot residue, do you?
No.
That's done back at the SLED lab?
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't test any gunshot residue, well, I'll scratch that, I apologize. Did you collect any gunshot residue or attempt to collect any gunshot residue off any other part of Mr. Murdaugh's body?
No.
So you didn't try to take anything off his legs or?
No, the test is not for that.
Okay. You don't do any testing? Later in that evening,
no.
His clothes were collected for gunshot residue testing. Were you involved in that in any form or fashion?
No.
Deputy Murdaugh, I'm going to show you an exhibit, Exhibit 59. I just want to ask you if 59 fairly and accurately depicts Paul Murdaugh as you saw him lying on the ground outside the feed room that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, I introduced Defendants 59 into evidence under seal. I'm not going to publish it. We just need to get it in for the record without objection, I believe.
That's correct. Submitted.
May I have the court's indulgence? That's all I have, Deputy. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. He was asking about that case you testified in. Alex Murdaugh, did he call you as an expert on how to interpret whistle from an inmate's phone call who was trying to hide a weapon?
That's what I understood it to be, yes.
Whistle.
I wasn't part of the actual investigation.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Rogan Gibson.
Thank you.
Spell your last name.
Rogan Gibson, Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, how you doing today?
Good.
I asked the court reporter something. We'll give her a chance to catch up. You good? Mr. Gibson, I want you to introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell us, where you grew up, where you went to high school, just a little bit about yourself before we get to your testimony.
I went to Wade Hampton High School. I'm from Hampton.
All right. And you working now?
I am.
All right. What field do you work in?
The agriculture field.
All right. Why don't you see if you can pull that mic up just a little bit and scoot up just a hair so you're speaking into it. I appreciate it. You said you're working in agriculture, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And currently still working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Back in June of 2021, what were you doing? Working in agriculture?
That's correct. Farming.
What kind of job did you have?
I was farming, operating equipment.
Operating equipment. Okay. And let me ask you: did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And tell me, how old were you when you got to know Paul Murdaugh?
I've known him all my life, real good, probably when I was 11, 12 years old.
And how did y'all get to meet one another? How did you become closer?
I lived next to him.
Okay. And when did that happen?
When I was 11, 12 years old.
11 to 12. Y'all went to school together?
Paul was a little bit younger than me, and I didn't go to school with him.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, what kind of things y'all like to do together?
We enjoyed the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around the farm.
Were you close friends with Paul until the day he was murdered?
I was.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul. Give them just a little sense of who he was as a person.
He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around. Really enjoyed the farm out there at Moselle.
Fun guy to be around?
He was.
Over the years, as you got to be closer friends with Paul, did you get to be closer friends with the rest of the family?
I was.
And was that just Paul and his brother and his parents, or was it sort of the Murdaughs, the larger family as well?
The whole family.
And over those years, as you became close with them, how close would you say? How close did you become?
Real close, like a second family.
Like a second family to you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did you have a nickname for him, or did he have a nickname?
Rooster.
His brother Buster, did he have a name or a nickname?
Called him Bus.
Bus. What'd you call Maggie?
Miss Maggie.
What did you call Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather?
Handsome.
Handsome. How about Miss Libby, his wife, Paul's grandmother?
Yeah.
How about Maggie's parents? Did you have nicknames for them?
I called them Papa T and Grandma.
Papa T and Grandma?
That's
like
correct.
M-A-R at the end?
That's correct.
What'd you call Alec?
Mr. Ellick, or Big Red.
Mr. Alec or Big Red. You said they were like a second family to you.
That's correct.
Being that close to this family, did you frequently go out to Moselle?
All the time.
Did you ever go to, did they have other properties too that you ever went to?
They did.
What were the other properties they had? Now hold up for the sirens, if you would. What were the other properties that they had?
At Esto Beach, we went there a lot.
They had a house at Esto Beach?
That's correct.
And any other properties while you were growing up that you recall?
The property in Hampton, the house in Hampton.
All right. Yeah, did they ultimately sell that property?
They did.
You remember about how long ago that was?
Not real sure.
When you would go out, when did they get Moselle? I mean, just roughly.
I believe it was like my freshman year in high school, so
2014, something like that?
No, it was, I graduated in 14, so probably around 2010 maybe.
Okay. And over the years, did you spend a lot of time out there?
I did.
What were some of the things that you would do with Paul out there?
We would hunt, fish, just hang around.
Ride around the property?
Yeah, work the food plots. Equipment.
I got states 303 right here. This poster board. Can I ask you to come on down with the judge? Permission, and let's let's kind of point out some things to the jury. All right, do you recognize this image? And what is that? Keep your voice up if you could.
That's a picture of the overview of the Moselle property.
Okay. And where's the residence in this picture?
Right here.
And is there a driveway to that residence?
That would be the main driveway.
You see Moselle Road on this particular image. Going right down there. All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the airplane hangar.
Okay. And did y'all have a name for that? Did you call it the hangar? All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the airplane hangar. Yeah, the shed hangar.
Shed or the hangar? Any other structures out there?
That was the newer shed. The tractor shed. The dog kennel.
Okay.
And that's the skin and shed.
Skin and shed? And just real quick, what's the skin and shed for?
For this process. Wild game out there. Skin wild game out there.
Was there a driveway? To that part of the property?
There was.
Is that where it went right there?
What's that?
That's where it went right there that you just pointed?
Yeah, the driveway to the shed right there.
Was that driveway commonly used? hunting deer with?
He did. It was a 7mm 08.
Okay. Did Paul ever have any pistols to your knowledge, or carry around any pistols?
He did sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes. What were his favorite two guns? Or the most guns he most commonly had around?
Probably that 300 and Super Black Eagle. That's the ones I've seen him use the most.
Tell me about a little bit about the hog hunting. You said y'all would hunt them at night?
That's correct.
All right. And tell me how that works. What would y'all do? Y'all walking around? Y'all riding around? How does that go?
Most of the time we drove four-wheeler vehicle. We didn't hardly ever walk, but that scope, the thermal scope, would pick up the heat.
Okay. And where on the property would y'all hunt?
All over.
The hogs you hunt all over?
That's correct.
When you and Paul were together hunting with that blackout, did you usually have the gun and shooting, or did Paul usually have the gun and shooting?
It just depends.
Who had the gun more?
Probably Paul.
One guy's driving, the other guy's looking?
That's correct.
Is that something y'all did frequently?
A good bit, yes, sir.
If y'all ever killed a hog, what would y'all do with it?
Sometimes we would give it to people that wanted to butcher it. Sometimes we just let nature take its course, just leave it wherever it was shot at. It just depends. Sometimes we skin them out ourselves.
Are hogs a nuisance animal?
They are.
We're talking a little bit about Paul and who he was. How was Paul with his cell phone?
He was on his cell phone a lot.
Let me ask you a little bit about Miss Maggie. You mentioned before that the family had a couple of properties. In the summertime, where did Miss Maggie prefer to stay?
She liked to stay at Edisto.
And did you know why she preferred Edisto?
Because of the yellow flies at Moselle.
The yellow flies?
That's correct.
What about Paul and Alec? Where would they stay most of the time?
Well, Paul, if he was back home, he'd stay at Moselle. But a lot of times he was in Columbia or Charleston.
Did he have an apartment in Charleston?
Not to my knowledge in Charleston, no.
I'm sorry, in Columbia.
In Columbia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back in June 7th of 2021, you were working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Working in farming?
That's correct.
Hard work?
Yes, sir.
What time do you have to get up in the morning and go to work?
Normally get up about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Where were you staying at that point in time?
I was staying at my girlfriend's house in Beaufort.
In Beaufort? Don't have to say her last name. What was her first name?
Mary Ann.
Mary Ann? Okay. And why were you staying at Beaufort at that period, at that point in time? Was that where your house was or not?
No, my house was not there. I was working on St. Helena. It made it a closer ride for me to go to work.
All right. So you were staying with your girlfriend because of that?
That's correct.
Did you have a dog at that time?
I did.
And what kind of dog?
Chocolate Lab.
Chocolate Lab. Still have the Chocolate Lab?
I do.
What's the dog's name?
Cash.
Cash. How old was Cash about that time?
I'm guessing he was a puppy, 4-6 months old maybe.
Did you were you able to keep Cash with you when you were staying at your girlfriend's in Beaufort?
I was not able to.
Okay. Why was that?
Because she wasn't allowed. She was renting a house. We couldn't keep one there.
What arrangements did you make for Cash when you were staying in Beaufort and you couldn't keep him at your girlfriend's house?
I would leave him at the kennels at Moselle.
And tell me how that came to be. How did you work that out?
I asked Mr. Ellick if I could leave him there. I'd be gone at a week at a time. Just leave him there for a week, pick him back up when I come back home on the weekend.
All right. Did you leave food for him and that sort of thing?
I did.
So where was he staying when he was at Moselle during the week when you were working?
In the kennel.
In the kennel. Describe the kennels a little bit for the jury. What was the structure like?
It was like a lean-to shed with about somewhere around 8 kennels under it, and a feed room on the end.
And Cash was staying in one of those?
That's correct.
You'd go get him on the weekend?
Friday night or either Saturday, yes.
Where would you take him then?
Back to my house.
All right. And just where were you living at that time?
In Colleton County.
In Colleton County. You get up at 5 a.m. and get to work. About what time do you get to work, working farming?
I'd roughly get to work somewhere around 7:30.
7:30? And then what time would you get off?
It all depended.
What time typically would you get out?
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Just depending on how much work need to get done?
That's correct.
Were you pretty tired when you got home?
I was.
During the course of that day, June 7th, 2021, did you have any communications with Paul?
I did.
What's the first one you remember?
Sometime around lunchtime.
All right. What did y'all communicate? Did y'all talk on the phone? Did y'all text or what?
Yeah, I think he called me and told me about the sunflowers had been sprayed in the Doe field and they were dead.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Said that he was getting ready to replant them.
Okay. They've been sprayed with some Roundup or something?
That's correct.
Did y'all talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember.
While I'm thinking about it, I asked you about Paul and his use of a cell phone. Do you know where he kept his cell phone when it wasn't in his hand?
Most of the time in his pockets.
Was he typically one to respond pretty quick to you? If y'all were talking about something?
Normally, yeah, we were talking about something. He would respond pretty quick.
That evening, did you talk to Paul again after that initial conversation?
I did.
All right. And when was that, roughly?
Around 8:40.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He called and asked if something was wrong with the dog's tail.
Okay. And was that the first you were hearing about that?
That's correct.
Tell me about your conversation.
I told him that, I wasn't real sure. I just dropped him off there Sunday and told him let's try to see if he can get me a picture or FaceTime me and let me see what was going on with the dog's tail.
All right. Where was Paul when he called you?
He was at the dog kennels.
And how do you know that?
I could hear the dogs barking in the original call.
Is he describing to you what he's seeing on Cash's tail?
That's correct.
And Cash was at the kennels?
He was.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Elliott that I heard.
You thought it was Mr. Elliott? You talked to Paul, and what did y'all talk about? What was he going to do?
He was going to try to FaceTime me. He said, you know how the service is out here. He said, if I can't get the FaceTime to go through, I'll send you a video.
And why was he going to FaceTime you? What's the difference between FaceTime and a regular call?
So I could see what was wrong with the dog.
And y'all talked about how the service is out here?
That's correct.
And what did you mean by that?
Most of the time you got enough service to make a call. I mean, sometimes the calls would break up, but a FaceTime, couldn't really get a whole lot of service to make the FaceTime call. It's kind of lagging.
Y'all have had problems with that before?
That's correct.
Did y'all discuss what to do if the FaceTime didn't work?
We did.
And what was the discussion?
He was going to send me a video of it, of the dog.
He was going to video it and then do what with it? Text it to you?
That's correct.
Is that the last time you ever talked to your friend?
That was.
Did y'all try to FaceTime?
We did.
Did it work?
It came through, but it was kind of lagging. I couldn't tell what was going on.
And then never heard from him again?
That's correct.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
After you never got the video, did you try to reach back out to Paul to see if you could get him to respond?
I did. I called him a few times and texted him.
Did he ever respond?
He did.
Did you reach out to anyone else trying to get Paul to respond?
I texted Miss Maggie.
Did she respond?
She did.
About what time do you think you went to bed that night?
I'm not exactly sure. It was sometime right after I probably tried to contact him.
And you never heard from Miss Maggie either?
I did.
Did you ever talk to her at all that day?
I did.
About what time do you think you went to bed?
I'm going to say somewhere around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. You're my navigator, buddy. You're pretty sound sleep?
That's correct.
You've been working on the farm all day?
That's correct.
Did some calls come in that you didn't realize because you were asleep?
Yes, I woke up with some missed calls.
What time did you wake up the next morning?
Sometime around 5:30.
When did you find out that your friend Paul How'd you find out?
I called one of my friends that had left me, or I had a missed call from, and he told me what it had.
Westbound. Tell me his first name.
Noah.
What'd you do after that?
We got a little old boy up, and
What'd you see when you got there? Where'd you go on the property?
I went to the dog kennels.
And who'd you see there? Did you talk to anyone there?
I did, and I seen John Marvin, but I didn't speak to him.
Did you talk to anybody at the scene when you first went there?
The only person I seen was John Marvin.
What'd you do after that?
My cousin let the dog out the kennel.
That being cash?
That's correct.
Did you take cash with you?
I did.
And where'd y'all go from there?
To the convenience store down the road from the house.
And who'd you meet there?
I met a game warden.
Okay. And what'd you do after that? Did you have a conversation?
I did. I had a conversation with him, and he said that law enforcement was going to be wanting to speak with me. And I told him, I said, well, if you got a contact, let's get him up here and let's talk.
And so did you wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I did.
And who'd you talk to?
Jeff Croft and Katie McAllister.
And did they do an interview of you?
They did.
Did they ask you about your communications with Paul the night before?
They did.
And did they ask you to see your cell phone?
They did.
Did they take screenshots of your cell phone?
That's correct.
Were you showing them your communications the night before with Paul and Maggie and others the night before?
Yes, sir.
Were you holding up the phone and they were taking screenshots?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just flip those real quick and see if you recognize those images. You recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
That's all activity on my phone. Missed calls, text.
Stand by for one second. Your Honor, just out of abundance of caution, I believe these are in evidence, but just to be clear, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. We would make sure those are in evidence. Move those in evidence and leave without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
They're admitted.
All right. May I have the Elmo, please? Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put these up on the screen. You got a screen up there, and so take a look at that, okay?
Okay.
All right, 165. Can y'all turn the screen around for me, please? And that's a screenshot that Jeff Croft took of your phone that on June 8th, 2021, the next day?
That's correct.
All right, and that reflects a call from who?
Paul.
And which Paul is that?
Paul Murdaugh.
All right, and what time is that call?
8:40 p.m.
And how long does it last?
4 minutes.
All right. And is that the call you just described to this jury?
It is.
The call y'all were talking about Cash the dog and trying to figure out the tail?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 166. Now, again, you told this jury that when y'all got off the call, he was going to try to FaceTime you, and if not, send a video.
That's correct.
All right, and I'll show you 166. Is that another screenshot of it?
It is.
And that's the FaceTime call, is that right?
That's correct.
8:44 p.m.
That's correct.
For 11 seconds.
That's correct.
That FaceTime didn't work, though, did it?
Yeah, it came through, but it was lagging. We couldn't communicate through it.
So y'all stopped.
That's correct.
And you were expecting what after that?
A video.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 167. Are these texts that were on your phone?
They are.
And who are those texts between? Who are you trying to text right there down those last two bubbles?
I was sending those texts to Paul.
All right. It's got a little glare on it. But what time is that text right there?
8:49 p.m.
And that's on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And what are you telling Paul right there? Can you read that to the jury and then explain what you were trying to say to Paul, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
Who were you talking about when you said tell him to sit and stay?
Cash, the dog.
Did you send another text right here?
I did.
What time is that? Can you read it?
9:58 p.m.
What do you say?
Yo.
And when you say yo to Paul, what are you trying to get him to do?
Just trying to get him to call me back or text me back.
Because you hadn't gotten that video.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 168. States. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
That is.
These are missed calls from June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Or these are outgoing calls?
They are.
Who are you trying to call?
Paul Murdaugh.
Tell me the times you tried to call him. Start from the bottom, please.
9:10 p.m., 9:29 p.m., 9:42 p.m., 9:57 p.m.
Did he ever respond?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 169. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
Who are you trying to call right there?
Paul.
What's that last call?
10:08 p.m.
Did he answer that call?
He did not.
Show you what's been marked as States 170. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And who are you trying to text right here?
Miss Maggie.
What time did you try to text her?
9:34 p.m.
And what did you text her?
Tell Paul to call me.
Tell Paul to call me?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever respond?
She did not.
You said you woke up the next morning on June 8th, 2021, and you saw you had some missed calls. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we'll show you what's been marked as States 171. Was this also a screenshot or a picture that Special Agent Croft took of your phone?
It is.
All right. And who are those missed calls from?
Mr. Ellick.
And what time did they come in?
10:21 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
And that would have been on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Were you asleep at that time?
I was.
Unaware they were coming in?
That's correct.
172. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
All right. And those other missed calls that came in?
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Ellick, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What'd you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40?
That's correct.
As time went on after the murders, did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of later that week.
While you were there at the house where the family and friends had gathered, did anyone ever ask you about your last contact with Paul?
There was.
And who asked you?
Grandma.
And that being Miss Brandstetter?
That's correct.
Maggie's mother?
That's correct.
And what did you say?
I told her, I talked to Paul about the dog, and told her that I heard Miss Maggie in the background, and I heard a male voice that I thought was Mr. Elliott.
Was he in the room then?
Yes.
Did he stand up and say, "No, I wasn't there"?
He did.
Did you ever have any conversation with Alec Murdaugh about what happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask you about whether or not you heard him on that phone that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever ask him what he did that night?
No, sir.
Not a subject you wanted to talk about, was it?
That's correct.
S11-1109. Go ahead. You involved in the pit? Safer. Copy. I'll be there in a few minutes. 11:50 a.m. on it.
Second for the computer to boot up.
So I'll stand for a moment. Okay.
Before we play the video, I want to ask a couple more questions. When you received that phone call from Paul at the kennels at 8:40 p.m. on the night of June 7th, 2021, did Paul sound normal to you?
He did.
Did he sound stressed to you?
He did not.
Did he sound like someone was there that he didn't know?
No, sir.
Did he sound worried?
He did.
Did you hear Maggie's voice?
I did.
Did she sound stressed?
She did.
Did she sound worried?
No.
Did she sound normal?
She did.
Did she sound like there was somebody there she didn't know?
No, sir.
Or that she was in danger?
No, sir.
Did you hear Alex's voice?
What I thought was his voice at the time, yeah.
When Maggie or Paul would go down to the kennels, how would they usually get there?
They would drive. Sometimes Miss Maggie would walk or ride a bike. If they had an ATV or a golf cart in the yard, sometimes they would drive that.
Paul more likely to be one to ride or one to drive down there?
Most of the time he would drive.
Was it usual for the family to go down there sometimes and let the dogs out?
It was.
Let them run around?
That's correct.
Did Miss Maggie like to do that?
She did.
Was it common, to your knowledge, for guns to be left down at the kennels?
Sometimes there was, yeah.
I'm going to play that video for you, okay?
Okay.
Get it. Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bob.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quick.
Is that the video you watched back in November 2022?
It is.
Where's that video taken?
At the kennels.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alec Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in the gray jacket.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Rogan.
How you doing?
We've met many times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury more about Paul, please. What did y'all like to do together?
We loved hunting, fishing, just hanging around. We loved staying at the beach, going to the sandbars. He could get along with just about anybody.
Is he one of your best friends?
He is.
Is this a hard day for you?
Yes, sir.
And Did you live one summer in the cabin there on the property?
Yes, me, Buster, and Nolan lived in the cabin, and Paul was there a lot.
Right. And when you got a house of your own, I mean, it was just right down the road, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Down Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
It was your grandparents' house or you moved into?
That's correct.
And but before that, Ms. Maggie and Big Red over here, Mr. Alec, I mean, they treated you as family, didn't they?
That's correct. They did.
And Paul was like a brother to you?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Maggie was like a second mom to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alec was like a second dad?
Yes, sir, he was.
And could you tell the jury what you observed Alec's relationship was, starting with you? What was his relationship with you?
We had a good relationship. I mean, he treated me like one of his own. We had fun. He gave me permission to hunt the property.
Did you have permission to come and go and down to the shop?
I did.
Did you have permission to use any of the equipment?
Yes, sir.
And did you help out on the farm for game management and stuff?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about Mr. Alec's relationship with his son Paul?
Very good relationship. Very good.
Were they close?
They were. Nothing happened without Paul telling Mr. Alec about it.
And did juries heard some Alec interviewed on the tape, various about how the Moselle property was Paul's passion.
It was.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it was his passion? What was he so passionate about out there?
He just loved hunting and using the equipment to manage for wild game, fishing.
Right.
He loved all of that.
Was Paul a good friend?
Yes, sir.
Was he a loyal friend?
He was.
Was he a loyal son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Ms. Maggie.
She was like a second mother to me. Always took care of me. Treated me like one of hers.
Did you spend time down at Edisto?
I did.
And you and Paul and Ms. Maggie, sometimes just the three of you down there?
It was.
Okay. What did Ms. Maggie like to do?
She liked the beach.
When they were down at Edisto, were you the only friend welcome at the Edisto house, or what was it like?
There was many friends that were welcome to the house.
Like adult friends, or was
most
Ms. Maggie, Mr. Alec's home? Was it open to all of Paul and Buster's friends?
It was open to all of Paul and Buster's friends.
And was that the case at Edisto?
That's correct.
Was that the case at Moselle?
It was.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Alec enjoyed being around his family?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you enjoy being around Mr. Alec and Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
You remember and I apologize, I'm going to get the date wrong, but do you remember in early 2019 that Paul was in a boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And a beautiful young woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And Paul was eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
would people just mouth off to him when he went out in bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened, so I didn't think it was that serious.
Let me back up. I skipped over something. You played sports when you were a kid growing up?
Yes, sir.
I think your dad was a coach, was he?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Alec a coach to Paul and Buster?
He was.
And did Mr. Alec, when he wasn't coaching, would he and Ms. Maggie come to all the sporting events for the kids?
They were always there.
Can you think of them ever missing a sporting event for Buster and Paul?
Not that I can remember.
And they come to your sporting events?
Yes.
Now, and Paul had an apartment in 2021. He was starting to go back to school at Carolina. Do you remember that? He was in college.
Yes, sir.
School year.
That's correct.
And then in June he had moved back he'd moved back home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he living at Moselle for the most part?
I think he was staying in Moselle some, but kind of all over the place.
And sometimes he stayed with his Uncle John Marvin down at Bluffton?
Yes, sir.
And he was working with his Uncle John Marvin, wasn't he?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when he was on the farm, when he was at Moselle, now this gets a little confusing for me. Frankly, let me just ask you. Can you tell the jury about all the farm trucks there at Moselle?
Yeah, there was a lot of different vehicles. They could be used anywhere from ATVs to tractors.
Well, let's just talk about the trucks.
Okay.
So what was Paul's primary truck?
Around the farm, most of the time, a F-250.
All right, but what was his primary mode of transportation? Was it a truck?
It was a F-150.
And was it white?
It was.
Okay, and did he drive that around the farm some?
Sometimes, yes.
And then there was a big F-250.
That's correct.
And that was also white, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Did that have a name, the big F-250 farm truck?
Yeah, White Boy. That was the older F-250.
And then there was another one called Dolly?
That's correct. That was a newer F-250.
That was a newer F-250. And then there was there a black truck?
There was.
And that was F-150?
It was.
And was that
That's correct.
Buster's old truck?
It was.
So there were just
yeah, White Boy.
And then so Buster had another vehicle, and his old F-150 stayed at Moselle, correct?
That's correct.
And then Paul had his white 150 pickup, and where he was not at Moselle, there were still 3 other trucks at Moselle, right?
That's correct.
Dolly, White Boy, and then Buster's old black pickup.
That's correct.
And when Paul was there, he would drive any one of those trucks, wouldn't he?
Yes, sir.
On the farm. And no matter which one he was driving, he would most often have some sort of firearm in the truck, right?
That's correct. Most of the time on the farm, he had a firearm in the vehicle.
And those trucks, they would either stay down at the shed, the workshop, or at the house. I mean, there's no set place for them, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't lock the trucks up, did they?
Not normally.
I mean, and then Paul would leave guns in the trucks, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
I mean, Paul would leave guns everywhere. Just about, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could leave. He left a lot of stuff different places.
Yeah. Did he ever leave any guns at your house?
I'm sure he has over the years.
Okay. And then he would leave guns in the workshop, right?
I have seen guns in the workshop, yes.
And then, did they keep the workshop locked?
It just depends. Not a whole lot, but I have remembered it's being locked, yes.
Was it more often not locked than locked?
Probably more recent. Yeah, it wasn't locked.
Did they, if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go up on that property and steal stuff?
Probably not around the sheds. It wouldn't be too hard.
And if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go open up and rifle through or look through White Boy or Dolly or Buster's old black pickup truck?
That is possible, yes.
And there were no security cameras down at the old airplane hangar, the workshop, the kennels, and the pole barn and skinning sheds, were there?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Okay. And there were no, in the cabin where you guys stayed that summer, there was no security cameras there either, right?
Not that I knew of.
And was that cabin, did it stay locked?
Sometimes it was locked, sometimes it wasn't.
Paul left guns there too, didn't he?
I have seen guns in that cabin before, yes.
I want to not turn this thing upside down, but you talked about handsome. Who's handsome?
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh.
And Ms. Libby is
M.
who? Who's Ms. Libby?
M.
M. And that's Paul and Buster's grandparents, right?
That's correct.
And you know where they live?
In Alameda.
Alameda. And just generally, where's Alameda?
It's on the outside of Barnville.
Okay. Is it like a crossroads?
It's a veer off. Go toward Ridgeland. If you veer off, if you stay on that road, you go to Embassy.
Right. If you're coming out of Hampton toward Varnville, then where the veer off is, that's called Alameda?
That's correct.
Now, to get to Alameda, and the most direct route, do this right, okay. So, can you see from back there?
I can.
And so this is the main house right here, correct?
That's correct.
And you can get down to Moselle Road by going one or two ways, right? You can either take a left and go down by the shop and the kennels, or you can go straight out the main driveway, is that right?
Yes, you can go out both ways.
But when you hit Moselle Road, would you turn right or left if you're going the most direct route to Alameda?
Turn right.
And be going down this way?
That's correct.
Okay. You asked a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm talking about Moselle, somewhat spotty, isn't it?
It is.
And is there better coverage up at the house than down at the kennels?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
It's kind of hit and miss.
And you can be down at the kennels and you can be walk 10 yards one way, you'd have some coverage. 10 yards the other way, you wouldn't have coverage. Is that right?
That's correct.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm thinking now, back up here, you know, we don't have any measurements on what this distance is from the kennels to the house, but I mean, if you're just driving in a buggy or a car or what have you, I mean, tell the jury roughly how long it would take from in a vehicle to go from the kennels to the house.
It all depends how fast you're driving, but it don't take long to get from the sheds to the house.
I mean, you can do it under 2 minutes?
Definitely under 2 minutes.
Going fast enough, you can do it in a minute or less, I suspect. Is that right?
Yes, if you're going fast enough, you would be able to make it from the sheds to the house in under a minute.
Okay. You were asked about turkey season. When it started and when it ended, you remember? And you can tell me, I don't know, when's turkey season start?
Yes, most time mid-March to early May.
Okay. How about duck season? When does that start?
The first season starts around Thanksgiving. I think the weekend before Thanksgiving.
And when's the second season start?
Sometime in December.
And when's it end?
End of January.
Okay. Do you go duck hunting with Paul?
Yes, sir, I have.
And they had a duck pond on the property?
That's correct.
And did they keep it full all year, or did they drain it and plant it for the season?
Yeah, they would drain it after duck season and be ready to plant in the springtime.
And you helped with that?
I did.
And would Mr. Alec be involved, help doing that? But
he would.
And that was part of Paul's passion, doing things like that?
That's correct.
Now, waterfowl shells load are different than turkey load, right?
That's correct.
And what's the difference?
Steel shot.
And steel shot for what?
For ducks, waterfowl.
And why? Is it just preferred or is it required?
It's required.
Okay. Because you don't want lead in the water?
That's correct.
Okay. But for hunting purposes, if you just had your choice, would you rather hunt with lead or steel?
Lead shot.
Because it has greater knockdown power?
It does.
Okay. Is that why you would rather? Or just price too, I suspect?
What's that again?
Why would you prefer lead over steel?
It has better knockdown. It's better.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions about 300 blackouts, and at one time, Paul had his own, and Buster had his own. They had 300 blackouts. You remember that?
I did.
And then you heard that Paul had one stolen out of his truck at a party.
That's correct.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Years ago?
Yeah, it's been a good many years ago.
And in recent memory, have you ever seen Paul with a 300 blackout other than the black one with the thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge.
So whenever you were with Paul and he had a 300 blackout, it was the black one with the thermal scope?
That's correct.
Did you ever see a 300 blackout around the house that was black without a thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge, I haven't.
And I know the jury's heard it. What's a thermal scope?
Picks up the heat from the animal. You can see it at nighttime because of the heat.
Just for night hunting?
That's correct.
And that's the best time to hunt hogs?
It is.
But during the daytime they stay in the swamp?
That's correct.
At night they come out?
Yes, sir.
And y'all had cameras out there to see when they were coming out?
Sometimes we did.
Okay. Now you listened to this videotape and heard that was your dog Cash?
It was.
Chocolate Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Paul, obviously.
That's correct.
And Ms. Maggie was saying he's got a
guinea.
Guinea. And then you heard a voice say, no, it's a chicken. Do you remember whose voice that was?
It was Mr. Alex that said it the first time, and then Paul also said it was a chicken.
Okay. And then someone says, Bubba, let go of that chicken or something like that?
Yeah, just holler for Bubba.
And whose voice did you recognize hollering for Bubba?
Mr. Alex.
Okay. And who's Bubba?
Their dog.
Did they have, and was Bubba a yellow lab?
He was.
Did Bubba have his own kennel?
He did.
Which one was it?
Most of the time he was in the first one right beside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had talked to Paul. I think the records show you had a 4-minute telephone conversation before that video was taken, which you didn't receive until law enforcement showed you. But you remember you talked to Paul for about 4 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And I believe when you were interviewed, you said it sounded like Mr. Alec had pulled up or something to that effect, driven up. Do you remember that?
No, I don't ever remember hearing a vehicle.
Okay.
I just remember hearing a third voice.
Okay. And the next day, excuse me, was it the 8th? The next day you went over and met with and went into the house at Moselle and you saw Maggie's parents?
That's correct.
And that's when Grandma, Ms. Brandstetter, asked you if you heard Maggie's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her you did?
Told her I talked to Paul and heard Miss Maggie.
And you told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alec's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was Alec's demeanor when you first saw him after the murders and days after? What?
He was just real distraught, sad. Just tore up about it.
Did he cry a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did he hug you?
He did.
Did he cry?
Yes, sir.
Did you cry?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did you cry the day after and the day after? I mean,
that was really sad.
Right. 1 second, Your Honor. On this video, you've been around Alec, Maggie, and Paul most all your life. Was there any? Did you notice any signs of distress or anxiety or anything out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And you've been around Maggie and Alec and their whole family a lot?
Almost all of my life, yes, sir.
And would you see Alec openly show his display of affection and love to Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And from your observation, they have a close, good relationship?
That's correct.
and they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Anything further?
You were asked some questions about the sheds being unlocked. Paul ever complained to you? People were up there stealing all kinds of stuff all the time?
I was never aware of people stealing anything.
When you talked to Paul and heard Maggie and Alec at 8:40, was there any problem with that voice call, or did it come through just fine? The reception was good.
The call came through, yes.
And the last conversation you had with Paul was he was going to do what if the FaceTime didn't work?
Send me a video.
And he never did.
That's correct.
You've heard that video and you hear three voices, is that correct? Maggie, Paul, and Mr. Alec?
In the video, yes, sir.
When you're standing, if you're at the house or inside the house on the second floor or something like that, can you see the roofs of the sheds and down there?
The last time I had been out there, yes, you would be able to see the top of the structure.
And if you're standing out here in front of them sheds, could you see the top of the house the other way?
Same thing, yeah. Last time I was there, you would be able to see the top of the structure. There was trees growing between the houses.
And that was a long time ago, right?
That's correct.
Down there at the sheds, did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up, is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that Alec Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of Alec's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Alec Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Anything further? No, John. You may step down. We'll take about a 10-minute recess.
Stops. So kind of update, we do carjacking, auto theft. We do kind of a specialized duty. We're out looking for stolen cars, carjacked vehicles, possibly anything violent, crime related. You know, it's tough to be out here and just do traffic stops. It's not part of what we do unless it's a public safety thing. Kind of takes us out of the game just pulling someone over for minor traffic offenses. So.
Yeah, and then right now, folks, we're on the east side of St. Paul. We're just right by Wilder Wreck. We're northbound Edgerton at Case. It's kind of a hotspot area. It always has been, especially in the summer months, it's really ramped up with this area for activity-wise.
I got a flag down. I got a flag down on what looks like a property damage accident. Handle emergency.
Again, we always ask for any questions, anything you're interested in knowing, learning, about our jobs, etc. We're happy to answer them. That was about the big thing going on in the county right now, I think, for the most part. What do we got pending, Joe? Motor vehicle theft.
That's in New Brighton. Occurred 30 minutes ago.
Etc. We're happy to answer them.
Lots of parking.
That was about the big thing going on in the county right now, I think, for the most part. We got pending, Joe. Motor vehicle theft.
Occurred 30 minutes ago.
DNF 751. F, Frank.
Ah, yeah.
Sorry.
New message. New message. New message.
It's a Jeep?
Yep.
Where's the address on that?
So not only do we proactively patrol stolen carjackings, we do, part of our unit has an outreach portion to it with a lot of these juveniles we're dealing with in cooperation with the county attorney's office, trying to find alternative solutions to minimize juvenile crime. So we got an officer assigned to that, Kyle Williams. Does a great job. He works with navigators who are from the city of St. Paul, and that I don't have too much involvement on that. I'd say that's more Kyle's piece, but it's just a small sliver of what we're trying to do. You know, it's not always just catching the bad guys. You know, you gotta try to reform. And a lot of these kids are impressionable, so if we can get them now and try to change their course, one kid's a win, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Commander Altieri with Intel and assist the CAT team. He's also involved in the community outreach stuff. He meets along with Kyle on a regular basis with the some of the moms that are, whether their sons and daughters have been involved in motor vehicle thefts. And they meet with the navigators, and the navigators are community members, non-sworn, that I don't know, how would you kind of describe the navigators? They're
just civilians. They're people that, you know, grew up in St. Paul, grew up in the same neighborhoods as a lot of these kids,
like
right?
like a mentorship type thing, right? They're there to steer them on the right path, and the ones that are most at risk for reoffending. And
it's kind of like what Rev Spence's
team does.